Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and it is time to get the knockout stages underway. Plenty of teams going to have their bell rung. Let's see who makes it out, because only 16 of our teams could be seen in those finals. We have to get rid of 4, and that's what we're going to be doing over the next few days. Blank, we had some interesting unfoldings from the league stage. Looking forward to the knockout stage. Do you think that things are going to change? Do you think it's going to feel a little bit similar and keep that vibe going? Or are we in for something completely new?
Maybe something new. Maybe something new overall. Could be. I think that there was definitely a sense of hunger coming through from the last day of the league stage, where we saw a ton of teams who were not performing very well beforehand suddenly light up in terms of that meter, which was really nice to see. Galatasaray, sadly, did drop down after that day 2. Is the only team to really fall out of favor, because every other team that was in that bottom 4 was from Group C, which is, as we expected. No team from Group A fell down towards that bottom 4. But Team Ego, they put up a good, strong performance. 41 points, almost got themselves in. Rafa had like their last hurrah towards the end of day 2. Weren't quite able to translate into day 3, but still ending on 32. I don't think there was any like disgraceful scorelines, let's put it that way, towards the bottom of the tables. So I think everyone could be very pleased. And even if you went out in league stage, I don't think it was any case of, wow, you guys should have been here in the first place.
Yeah, it's been quite satisfying to watch these games. I think that there has been nothing that has really gone super amiss. I mean, that final match though on Miramar was absolutely crazy. It was nuts in terms of who was going to be able to make it, who wasn't. Everybody clambering over one another to try and claim that 20th spot. But 20th isn't good enough here, right? Not anymore. We are going to be looking up to the top 16. So 4 teams that, as you're saying, like nobody had a super disastrous performance that's made it here. They do need to sort of lace up a little bit tighter, because at the moment the 16th place team going into this one is Guild, but they are not there safely by any stretch.
That's me lacing my shoes really tight, by the way.
I get it. Just
so
I was there.
Yeah. I do it time to time. Though I'm more of a double lacer now these days. So just
really
can't even be bothered. Can't be bothered with one loop de loop jobs anymore. I'm just like, give me the second loop. The lace probably doesn't look great, but it's never coming off.
That is true. Do you untie your laces on your trainers at all? Like, do you tie them once and then like slip on and off?
Yeah, I do. I am an untier. I'm an untier.
Oh, wow.
Retire. I know there's a lot of people out there who are just no retires, just slip in.
I'm a slipper. I'm a slipper.
Yeah, no, I can't be doing that. I think it's got like our slightly wider feet,
Well, that's the format of your feet. This is the format of our tournament. As you can see, we have already concluded our league stage with 6 matches a day. Groups A, B, and C, they all faced off against one another, and the top 20 teams have now made it to here, the knockout stage, where 20 teams split into groups of 5. We'll be playing 5 matches a day for the next 3 matches, and Blank's trying to knock out a couple of teams early. Hold your horses, mate, because the best 16 teams are going to be heading to the grand finals in an offline tournament later on.
That's right, Fenerbahçe, I'm coming for you.
I don't even know which wrestler that is, but I like him. It is going to be the Smash rule taking place in those finals as well. Over 3 days, we will be playing, but the score of the leading team from the first 2 days, so going into day 3, whatever score the team at the top has, add 10 to that, and that will be our Smash score target, which means that as soon as any team crosses that Smash score target threshold, and then after they have crossed it, get a chicken dinner, they would win by the Smash rule. Breaking out of that box on the format.
I feel like there's probably a much easier way to explain this, but we struggle each time. But it's not too convoluted. It's not too convoluted, guys. Like John says, you're just adding 10 to the day 2 top score line. Boom. Chicken dinner after that, you're done. You're out of the game. You're going home. You're winning everything. Got a lot of money on the side. And you're very, very pleased. Here's our point distribution. I'm going to show it to you again. All right. Make sure you know it by heart. I'll be doing tests at the end of the show. 10 points for first place. Second place will be getting the 6 and 5 points for third. However, this was very, very important going into our last day of league stage, where the BX brothers as well as Guild pretty much won out just based off placement points. It was incredible that they were neighbors in those final moments in a Lost Leonis Urban finish for such a long time, and they both kind of gently agreed that we're going to let each other live for as long as possible until the very last moment where they have to really give it.
Yeah, they did go all the way, and they both did manage to qualify in the end through that Miramar match, and they had their eyes set on the prize. Here's our prize pool for this tournament. The numbers that you can see broken down here are for the finals, so you do have to get to those finals first before you have access to that big 35k, with a total prize pool across all stages, including all rewards, of $200,000. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of cash, and it's spread over multiple days. We already talked about the prize pool over in the league stage and which teams were able to win out there with the $4,000 at the top. It gets a little bit different going into this one, where third place will be taking home $2,500. In the league stage, though, it was third and fourth to take home $2,500. So only third place will be taking back that money. It is less money towards the top side of things. Less money down towards the bottom side. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. There is a lot more money for coming from first to fourth here. So knockout stage really does reward you for doing extremely well, which is what you ideally want to do. You're still getting some cash for like being middle of the pack. It's still $1,250 for 7th and 8th. But yeah, as you drop down towards 13th, 16th, 17th, 20th, you get $500, $250, which is sort of the same result as you would be getting from just chicken dinner. Yeah, because we are awarding $250 for every single chicken dinner, and we have many games, which I'm not going to do the maths on right now.
15 exactly matches over the next 3 days. There you go.
Oh yeah, 15 matches. You know, that's an easy one. $3,750 total in terms of chicken dinners, I believe.
Ooh, that was quick. I like that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Right.
But yeah, I was going to do for the whole tournament, and then in my head, I had the little voice in the back of my head was like, "Don't do that, Blank. You probably can't do the maths off the top of your head."
Oh dear. I think what was it? Yeah, no, neither. We'll have to wait and see.
The little voice got you too. It got you too.
I'll tell you what.
Do it.
In total, it's $12,750.
Oh, nice. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, I read that off the webpage.
Oh my god!
It's right there.
Number of matches. It's right there.
51.
It's right there.
Yeah. Good old Wikipedia. They've already done the maths for us. Let's take a look now over to some of the highlights of the league stage. We did see plenty of action, as it will be highlighted here. I think that probably one of my favorite moments was the 1v4 coming through from it was Kakali, right? From Regnum Kaya, who was able to 1v4. Sorry, from BWNRX. It was in the compound with the triple nade.
Yeah, it was a 1v3 that he got there. I think there was one knock that went through beforehand, but it still was very impressive off the one nade. You know, a triple knock on that one was crazy. This nade that was actually one of my favorite grenades from the entirety of the league stage. It was such a lob on it across the entirety of the compound. I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing, but it was really, really nice. Flux. You know, let's take a look where Flux actually ended up, because they ended up in 14th place, right? 62 points. This is not good. Not amazing. It's 29 points on day 3 and 35 points on day 1. And it's also strange to see that they did better on the Group A versus B turnout. This is the nade right here that John was talking about. We'll allow that one to play on screen. Very nice. Yeah, they did better versus Group B than they did versus Group C, who is arguably the weaker group. That was very weird to me, seeing that. So it's just downtrend in performance on when you would expect performance to be better.
I mean, it's interesting, right? And in a lot of cases, well, I say a lot of cases. In some cases, it can be that you play better in a better lobby, right? You're almost brought up with the level of the tide of the skill of the lobby, right? And I think maybe that's what they suffered. It could also have been a case of just good day, bad day coming on through for Flux. They just had a bit of a naff day, but even then they were able to get 25 points, which, you know, is better than some who have qualified. I think the most notable turnaround the other way around was actually Footballist coming through and scoring 17 points on their first day, doing really quite abysmally, and then 52 points on their second day. It's a bit of a nuts step up coming through.
Yeah, for Footballists, again, that is Group A versus Group B, where they got the 17 points, being in Group B there, and then going into day 2, where they got 52 points. That's versus Group C. I do think that all things considered, I don't think we're remiss to say that Group B versus Group C was the easiest lobby to do well in if you're a strong team. So some teams really took advantage of that. I mean, Kara Esports in particular, 59 points on the Group B versus Group C day. 52 points there for Thunder Talks. Realistically, across the board, you can see most teams earned way more points on day 2 or day 3 compared to that day 1. Day 1 was rough, man. Other than for S2G, it was just like killing it. But even then, they didn't get many second places. They didn't get a huge amount of shit. They don't think. So yeah, be curious of going into now day number 4. Number 5 technically, if you're counting break. All right. Going into knockouts.
Yeah, it has been interesting. I think that the other team who had that drop off, so the same thing as Flux, is K1, right? 50 points on first day with Group A and B, and both in the mix. The day that we said was pretty tough, they're dropping down to 30, which isn't actually that much of a fall off. Obviously, it's better than Flux were able to do. And after getting 50 points, getting 30 is a great second day to capitalize on. But that was in our BC day, which we've said was potentially one of our easier days to play in. So for K1, I'll be interested to see how they fare in this lobby moving forward.
Yeah.
To take on those Group A teams again. Is that, again, going to have a little bit of a better time for them?
Yeah, the funny thing is like, that's a very good point to bring up about K1 now that we've looked at how it all broke down, and we know that day 3 was one of the harder days for a lot of our teams. Day 2, K1 was making a lot of crazy maneuvers that got punished towards the end of the day. I don't think those same kind of maneuvers are going to fly going into knockout stage. Maybe some of them are allowed a little bit going into knockout stage, but definitely not into finals. So we'll have to wait and see here, John. We'll have to wait and see, because I think K1 was overly aggressive a lot of times.
It could have been sort of experimental, right? You know, you've got 50 points on the board, and I'm sort of trying to give them a pass here, but they maybe don't deserve it. They could have been just getting a little bit experimental, trying to like limit test on this lobby to see what they could get away with, find some openings, maybe probe some rotations that they weren't super sure about, and get a little bit risky and towards those later games, still take some risks. And that's not to say they did terribly, right? They still got 30 points, which is better than BX Brothers did on either of their days, and they still managed to qualify. So that is potentially an interesting dynamic. Here are the groups that we have on our scores. Group A, B, C, D, and E fall thusly. Taking a look through this, is any group standing out to you, Blank, as a particularly strong, fearsome, maybe terrifying group?
It's hard, really, because I think if you look at Group D, I think that in my mind is, that's a strong grouping right now. That's a hard team to go up against. But when you look back over towards actually what occurred, Regnum Kaya, they did okay, 88 points, pretty damn good. Thunder Talk similarly up towards that top side, but it really is Flux and Rook who's kind of letting the team down there slightly. But yeah, that is a little bit of a scary lobby. But here you go. We have variation, guys. We have variation. It's unbelievable. I bet you're so excited about it. I'm so excited about it. If you're not excited about it, get excited about it right now, because we have Erangel. What's this? It's a Miramar. A Sanhok? They're back to Erangel and Miramar? What?
This is crazy. Oh my goodness me. Nobody's going to know where we are. It's all going to be chaos. It's going to be beautiful. I've got all my jungle gear on, but we're not even going to Sanhok until match 3, Blank. That's in an hour and a half or so, depending on if we have any remakes on these lobbies. But yeah, I'm interested to see how that may also affect our players, right? If they're moving through this one and are used to this whole like block of maps that you do on the trot. is that going to change up the vibe, right? Because if you're doing 3 Erangels in a row, normally, maybe it could change something out. What's this? We've had a message from PMGC 2022 on the back. Goodness me. Note from the king. Oh, you may go through tough times. What matters is getting back up again. Tough times never last. Only tough people.
People last.
Oh, is he back in his prime though? I don't know. For S2G, they're doing pretty well.
We'll see. I mean, S2G have done very well. I was fairly happy with what I saw from S2G overall. It is a bit of a rebuild. I mean, Kelsey, as well as Hamzy G, both just being that team that remained. I think they've done really well to pick up Icy. I think that nice strong players on the side. But I'm glad that it hasn't just been a case of, oh, we'll get Sarah in, we'll get Icy in, we'll just see what we can get done with this roster. They're actually performing very well, and it looks like they're really giving it a good go. Because I do think that Kelsey and Hamzy G, probably some of the few players left now, I would say, at the top of the. I just punched myself in the face, by the way. Top of the echelon.
It's the knockout stage.
It's the knockout stage. You got to push yourself a little bit. They're at the top of the echelon where they haven't really had massive success since that 2022. And I think that they're looking to get back into it because, you know, we have seen so many squads, so many players who've had a little bit of success. They're really, really good. And then they just decline in performance. I hate to say it, Ketch is probably one of a good example of it. He's a good player. He's a very, very good player. But despite that, it's fair to say that he's no longer the lobby demon that he once was. Honestly, from the past,
he definitely needs to catch up a little bit to the rest of his compatriots.
Yeah, don't
you think?
Don't do that.
Don't you think he needs to? It needs to catch it up. Oh, no.
It wasn't a good joke in Pulp Fiction. It's not a good joke now.
Wait, that's in Pulp Fiction? I don't know that.
Did you not?
No. I invented it just now, actually. Pretty sure.
Very good.
Interesting about Kelsey being the king, right? I feel like that's maybe a little bit bold, especially when Silas is in the lobby. To sort of give him that accolade, to put him forward as that. And when you extra double consider the fact that Kelsey won 2022 PMGC with Silas, right? That's arguably part of the reason why they won, because Silas was on board with them as well. So, you know, these are some stories, interwoven histories, and it's a rich fabric that is told in the tale of Turkey.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on over on the side of Turkey. In terms of just performances as well as storylines, it is one of the more richer environments for it. So, yeah, cool to see that we still have like some very cool graphics as well been thrown up. I wish the note was longer from the king, personally, and it was like bloodied and potentially Sarah was there in the background. He was like trying to steal the crown or something. I don't know.
Or like the King's Guard, or like
yeah, but no, the Sarah's like in the background. He's trying to steal the crown.
Oh, okay,
think about that. You like that more?
Yeah, okay, we'll do that one.
That's good.
Yeah, that's
good,
fine.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Sarah now has been part of one first place international team, right? And that is the big story. That sort of super sub coming in for, I think it was RC and RCB, depending on which phase of the tournaments you're looking at, playing at a world championship level. And it is really, again, interesting to see that he's been able to do so much work for S2G. He's like the best consultant player in the world. This guy has seemingly just been a little bit of a powerhouse. And I'm excited to see, one, if he's going to stay in the region, and two, if he's going to go to another roster, if he's going to continue to be like that free agent that people are picking up to plug a hole, and he does so fundamentally well, right? Or if he's going to try and stick to his guns and stay with S2G.
I think he's on loan right now, right? I think he's on loan.
He's still on loan from Reject. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's a question of contracts then as well, because does Reject want him back? Given his performance, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? But Reject seemingly they're just like, no, we're good. We've got our players. We don't need this guy.
It's just funny that the Reject's just like, yeah, we'll just win over in our current seasons. We'll go to the World Cup. We'll go to the Global Championships with Sarah. But you can have him for a price. He is specialized at playing with Turkish teams.
Yeah.
Okay. Doing very well with them. Yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool.
I wonder if he knows any Turkish.
Oh, absolutely by now, dude. 100%. Like, he spent so long scrimming with Rain and Kaya. But, sorry, it'd be undeniable for him to not know any Turkish at all.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I made a lot of money as well from... What's his total earnings?
Let's have a look. What's he got? What have you got, Sarah?
113K.
Approximately. Obviously, it all depends on like profit splits and stuff from prize pools and things like that. But yeah, he's accredited with earning for whichever org he's playing for. 413K over his career, which is since 2018, right?
That's not to mention like what he's getting paid by these orgs either. So
that's just in prize money. Although
that's what I'm saying. That doesn't count. Yeah.
It
doesn't count as his actual contracted payment. So he's done well. He's done well for himself. And right now he's the lone specialist.
It's interesting.
The lone shark of Turkey.
Some might call him that. You're right. And what's interesting is I think it's really the first instance we've seen of, first of all, an export, right? Doing something like this and going around like changing regions. Actually, maybe Coops is another example of someone who sort of switched up region to try and sort of be a bit of a merc coming on in and did pretty well for his rosters, although arguably a wild like he was something that we've described in the past, right, as just being this incredible force on his own, but not really fitting into the teams he's with. But I think that just isn't the case with Sarah, which is quite interesting. Like Coops attempted to mesh well with Enigma Galaxy at the time. Now, obviously, under the Falcons title, and they got rid of him, and they've done better, right? Even though they've gotten rid of a very strong guy.
I think that Enigma Galaxy, now known as Falcons, the team formerly known as Enigma Galaxy, I think that they would actually right now do very well with Coops on side.
You think?
I think that, I think he could easily replace Koa. I think he would. I think Koa's don't get me wrong, I think Koa's very talented. I think they're very happy side, and depending on how it worked out, like they may have done very well for themselves off the back of that. But I think he could replace him. I'm not saying they want to replace him. I need to really put caveats in here a lot of times about this, but I just think that Coops, the point I'm trying to make is that when Enigma Galaxy picked up Coops, it was not the right time for Coops to be on that team.
Okay.
I don't think their gameplay was up to scratch to support him and what he was doing in the front line. I think now it is. I think that they've made a lot of changes. Unfortunately, Coops was not the choice. Koa was the choice.
In this instance, and I mean, maybe Coops was busy. He's got stuff to do. Doesn't want to hang around, play on that bench. Wants to try and make his own legacy, and we'll have to wait and see if they ever do come back towards one another, or if they are going to remain separated. But they're probably pretty happy right now with the Falcons as they are. They didn't have the best of days, but even so, I think that they are still a team that we'll be looking at for potentially one of the higher up spots. Their league stage, they ended up in 13th place, 64 points total. Are you all right? I know.
I'm crying about the point totals. This is crazy.
I thought it was about Coops, maybe never coming back to the roster.
Please,
Coops, please,
Coop.
Coops,
why would you do this to me? God, that's too real. That's too real, actually. So.
Yeah, no, whoa.
Yeah.
It's just a joke, guys. Just a joke.
I'm not actually crying. I've just yawned really hard. Okay.
Big old yawn. Big old eardrum popper of a yawn. Let's head into our first match.
There's a lot of water in these tears.
Just so hydrated. He's just squirting out his eyeballs.
God, I hope not. That'd be the worst superpower ever.
Do you think? I reckon I
Yeah.
can figure out some worse superpowers, but I'll get back to you on that one. Our plane path is going from the west
dribbly
coast
jets.
down towards Novo. What? I'll have to get back to you. I'll have to figure it out.
Like a rubbish Cyclops,
A
really.
worse superpower. What about you can mind control anyone who makes eye contact with you, but only when no one's looking at you?
Well, that's just null, isn't it?
Exactly. It's a superpower, though.
No, because the power never comes through. No one experiences that power.
Unless, and this is
I could
unless
also
someone
have
makes you
that
invisible, and then you're technically making eye contact with someone, right? But they can't see you.
Yeah. So niche.
Yeah, you need to hang out with Susan Storm.
Yeah. I reckon rubbish superpower would be you could wake up at the same time every day. No matter what.
That's pretty useful. That's actually a really useful superpower, though.
Yeah, but someone could already have that super. Actually, true, that's kind of useful.
Yeah, that's also called having an alarm. Like, I've got that on my phone. My phone, the INFINIX GT30 Pro has that superpower.
Okay, fine. Locks these down anyway, so you do
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, well, there you go. What about infinite games, but no games?
How long do you think that INFINIX... I was wondering, I was like, it stayed there for a long time. I think when it was going to leave. It's like overstaying its welcome a little bit. Like, we like what GT30 Pro.
That's still in the air.
Screen for too long.
Koa with a big chance here to actually take down some of the Fireflux players. We can tag on. Has taken a lot of damage over towards. I think that's Solus off in the distance, but does manage to get down to the floor. Wastes all of the ammo from the Mini 14 though.
Start of the game. Should be a big deal. Get back on the bike. Circles up towards that northeast, by the way. So back around Yasnaya. Mansion region. This is Falcons who are not dealing with Papara Supermassive this game. So not playing in this group currently. I don't like that, but I'll accept it for now. Considering lack of vehicles elsewhere. And it's a large map anyway, so not likely that Ferrari is going to move into too many teams early on.
Everyone just biding their time. Although we have lost one player in the lobby. You can see Solus running around there. Has taken damage. That was from the shot seen earlier with the Mini 14. Coming on through. Whilst he was still on the parachute. It was a fairly late drop. I mean, they must have been in the air for quite a while there. To be able to get on with that one. Barsay, they are currently rotating. I think they've headed north of the river here, Blank. And heading up and over towards this circle. Swinging in around towards Stalber.
Thunder Talks. This is a team we were quite impressed with, honestly, overall. And I think the player I quite liked the most was Nico. Really, really good stuff last game. Last 3 days that they played. Some seriously awesome little off angles that he threw out multiple times. But they weren't like, oh, I'm just going to swing wide and hope this works out. I think a lot of them, there was some serious consideration of where he was playing and why he was playing there. So I think Thunder Talks, they're really blessed by having him on the team. That's not to say that they don't have good players elsewhere as well. Quite a unique squad with Striker just having this capability to be really on a swivel all the time. He has great immediate concerns around the lobby in terms of there's a team over there, there's a team playing there. I can be very much aware of what's happening next whilst Nico's taking these off angles. I just think it just works. I think it seldom happens where you run into a team and a squad that just clicks. I think a lot of times you do have to work a little bit on it. But for Thunder Talks, it does feel like all of those players have found something they're good at and excel within the team. And together, they're creating a really good link.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I think there have been maybe one or two instances. I can't quite recall any right now of teams coming into a tournament as a new roster and just doing really well. But the question has always been continuation of that performance, right? And being able to maintain that, if it's just a flash in the pan or is it actually something special. And from what you were talking about, it does seem to be a little bit of a strong connection that's actually playing well for them, not just on some sort of crazy strat or anything like that. It is actually coming through as a powerful representation of a team, which we're very happy to see. So let's hope to see that a little bit more. Regnum Kaya, they lost a player, the only team to do so far, to K1, and it looks like K1 wants a little bit more.
K1 not giving up. Remember, they had a very aggressive playstyle. Here's BW and RX. And they were able to get very far into the leaderboard last time, but now surrounded by the Falcons. Frozen's in a really bad position. Even more players keep pouring in. Yeah, he's getting surrounded. The Sharks are circling. Narvala will find Frozen. That will be the end of him. So just Kine remaining there, as well as Kakali, I think, up and alive for BWNRX.
That is not a good way to start, but for the Falcons, they're pretty happy. Narvala didn't even go down. Hasn't got a first aid, but plenty of bandages. I say plenty. Has got 4 bandages. That should be enough to heal him up with the stims that he's got as well. So he'll be all right for the time being.
Yeah. Again, for BWNRX, this is a weird one to, we're starting here on Erangel. And despite all that, we are losing players early for BWNRX, which is a map that they're typically quite favoured at. It's Flux playing over towards where S2G are actually able to win back in 2022, actually. Over in the grand finals.
Right now, looking at the lay of the land, Fireflux, yeah, in a really commanding position over the Yaz fields in this compound. We talk about it a lot. It's sort of surrounded by open ground. You've got that high ground cover. You've got the rooftops and sight lines to control anybody who tries to move through those Yaz fields. So any crash up towards the city itself can be spotted. You can protect yourself really quite convincingly. The only way that you can get a soldier on board is if you lose control of the ridgeline that surrounds it on the road in that compound. And the only way to get up to there is to not have anyone from the other sides of the field take shots at you, which means that if you're going to crash it, you have to do so either really early or really late in the game when there aren't those positions that you have to worry about as being a third party. So for Fireflux to be able to control that position now is an excellent boon to them, although it's not unlikely that the circle moves away from them.
This is towards that north side, Fenerbahçe, in a good spot, really staying up towards Stalbert. IDA down towards their south in a fairly strong position, though they have been cut out from that spot a few times before. Rook tries to challenge for it, but immediately backed off a couple of shots coming their way. And Thundertalks rotating in first to face on that west side, which is a nice little position to take early on. Again, I think this circle is kind of unrewarding for a lot of our squads because you are on that staging that heads up over towards Stalbert. A lot of little checkpoints you're going to have to make your way through that likely already teams are sat at. It's a question a lot of times of doing exactly this, which is keeping those vehicles safe, which is going to give you a big opportunity going in towards the end game.
Thundertalk looking for that opportunity here. One of the compounds out to the northwest. Rook going to put pressure on, potentially crash onto it. Diverted at the first, which means that now both teams' position is known and they can get involved however they'd like. Nico, the off-angle warrior that you were talking about earlier, you're highlighting him as a linchpin player on the roster. See if he can get a little bit further on in. For now, it's going to be just a basic line of fire that's going to find Rook.
Police cars in the background for John.
Razzing it down.
TTQ.
Crikey, it's the Rosses.
The police of Stalbert. Where's your mountaineering license? I need to see that, please.
It's in my other wallet. I promise.
I left it at the base of the mountain, officer. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It was extra grams I couldn't afford on the pack. Oh no! I needed the space for another grenade.
Got a level 3 backpack, son. You should have your mountaineering license.
Can't be carrying those grenades up here without a license. Oh dear. Oh well. You know what? You win some, you lose some.
And in your case, your windows have lost you some.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I've no idea. It's very warm in the UK. You've got to have the window open.
I don't have my window open.
Oh.
I'm suffering for the broadcast. That's
Oh my
how
goodness.
it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do not envy you. Sweaty McGee over there. With his closed windows. His fancy double glazing. Ugh.
That's right. That's Beşiktaş going down. Swain actually going down first as well, which is quite a frustrating one. I think Swain has been going down quite frequently for Beşiktaş as well, and in my mind, like, I think he's still a really good player. It's weird to me seeing them lose Swain so often. I don't know if that's because he's playing a similar role Sports Pilots does over in the Regnum Kaya camp, where he is first to face a lot of times.
He's getting punished for it, though, no matter what he's doing. A lot of ditches, divots on this eastern side of Stalbert. The teams are starting to take residence in. And will start to fill up more and more. BX Brothers suffering right now. Nice push over the top as Flush goes over to Fireflux. K1 trying to send straight past Aussie, and seemingly he doesn't really have enough control to stop them. Certainly not to stop that information being gathered either way. Fireflux now up to 2 points, will be tied up with the Falcons.
Falcons with 2 points to the top side, which looks odd considering the Falcons have been having a very rough time over in the league stage, only just starting to get back on the bike here. Footballists finding kind, so that's BWNRX dropped down to just one player. And Fenerbahçe losing quite a few to S2G.
That's fairly central as well. I mean, two teams coming into conflict. A nade is sent back over towards S2G, but Hamzy looks pretty resible here. Razy wants to find the flush with that nade. It bounces a little bit short and high on that position, which means that Kelsey can start to look for this res, but they fully reposition with that sightline now covered off. Razy does need to overextend in order to fully confirm this, and you can see S2G just staying disciplined here. They know they've got a position. They don't need to get super fresh with it. And Beşiktaş actually get a third party into and behind Fenerbahçe. But there's a re-knock immediately from Razy. Hamzy will have to get rezzed again.
I mean, still absolutely wild to me that S2G just opted that they were going to just walk up to the top of Stalbert and take that off from Fenerbahçe. It's been pretty successful so far. I mean, Beşiktaş have come in from that north side, now looking to sandwich between Fenerbahçe as well as S2G, and a nade from IC, and similarly a nade from Beşiktaş will finish with the last two players there of Fenerbahçe. Once again, it's rough, man. It's very, very rough. Fenerbahçe multiple times have been in good positions, yet another team is just able to walk all over them. In this instance, it is S2G to make that happen. Up towards Observatory, you will have Beşiktaş holding on. I think S2G is very comfortable to play here. It does give them a little bit more possibility of movement. But yeah, I think right now you are slightly scared by the nades. It could still come through on the rest of Beşiktaş.
And you've got so much information for the player up the top of that observatory tower that it makes it difficult to move around. But S2G will have to move now because the circle pushes out to the east side. I'm looking at Footballist on that southwest edge with a decent position there to hold out the teams trying to cross past those Yaz fields, force teams to go around them. And I kind of like Footballist's position here. I'm feeling it. K1 similarly in a very central, fairly secluded spot for now, but you imagine that teams like Falcons are going to want to crash there.
Fireflux going to send on over. BX Brothers go down fairly early with 0 points to show on the game. Fireflux able to get 3 on this match, which is way, way better. And Matcap has been making a difference. for Fire Flux, I would say. I think he's a quite nice addition to the squad. Certainly been useful in a lot of these scenarios. Shots from Nihat coming through from Barsay. As well as Elvis keeping this team back. Because this is I think actually Barsay hold a very important position on the circle, which is down towards that southwest. Passing through the fields of Yasnaya. A lot of teams would like to swing around to where Falcons are currently playing, but Barsay is the barrier between probably at least 5 teams here and hitting up Falcon's spot. It is K1 in a ridiculously strong spot, the center of the circle, and still rocking with the 4 players.
Kiss you down the zip line. Descending from his high ground position. Blue zone putting pressure on. Does need to get out of there. IDA. They've opened up the bidding towards Fireflux down towards the south, and Fireflux now down to their last player. You can see Solus just off to the left there. I don't think they can spot it. It's behind a ridge line, so IDA only have the 1 player to worry about. But where do they go here, Blank? Like you were saying, Barsay just in the way. Are they going to turn up and try and go towards the top of the hill? Because even then, that's not in the circle, right? You need to be looking forwards, and it's towards positions like S2G hold, like Footballist hold, that are going to be difficult to push, but maybe your only option now.
I think it's the fact that S2G's been able to get over towards the western side of the circle here is pretty mad. And again, that's the strength that you get from playing on the outer edges of Stalbers. You always have the options to move. S2G will usually take advantage of that. Have a compound to play with. I'm playing this 2-2 split is smart because there is a slight split in the terrain here where S2G needs to control both locations. And give themselves some more information going towards that end game. Falcons, though, they've been cutting off over towards the Fields for a long team on the south side. But now they're starting to move up. Good shots, though, from IDA to take down Thundertalks, who have struggled to make it in.
Yeah, 13th place, no points for them on this match. They will have to go again. Barsay taking a lot of punishment there from BWNRX. He will have to try and recuperate a little bit. Rook as well, taking a heavy hit. They've had 3 elims this match so far, but Rook now down to 1 player. They are fighting back a little bit as Black take a casualty, but it's going to be them down and out now, Blank. S2G have taken a knock as well. IDA continue to put pressure onto the circle.
IDA's done fairly decently from this north side, and they've tried to exert a lot of pressure. Game's gone on. Black Esports up towards that northeast. Get to move. I think it is just Aussie in that location. But S2G doing a fairly decent job of losing Kelsey. Bad news for them. MZG now far away from the rest of the team. That's the question of how they want to play this out going forward now. Losing his brother in arms in Kelsey is bad for MZG too. He's going to have to swing back across over towards Sarah and Icy, likely in the near future.
I think it may depend on the next circle. If it pops, they may want to hold this split for a little bit. Wait for teams to try and take this fight because they know that Regnum Kaya have got IDA nearby. Once that fight concludes, then I expect a regroup, or just before that fight concludes, to see Hamzy drafting back on over. But given that they're right on the edge, it may be wiser to hold that foothold further to the west. But then again, it is all up to the teams on the northwest if they want to put pressure onto Hamzy's position.
Yeah, so Hamzy does make his way back on over to his 2 teammates, which makes sense. You know, he didn't have a massive amount of open space to be working with, and I think it's much better for him to start sweeping as 3 on the outer edge of the circle. Wish you just believe me, John, sometimes. Please.
Look, I was waiting for that fight on the northwest side to pop off, and then I was expecting the regroup. It seems like that has happened now. But yeah,
you said the circle shifting.
Yeah, I did, and I was wrong about that.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to do analysis.
Hey, look, I was just giving a balanced argument, giving both. So, no, I was wrong.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think it is actually really bad that they lost Kelsey, because they could have had a really strong approach towards that west side. So I was slightly disappointed by that. But a good side swipe over towards Rolex from Bra. That hurts in a big way. Enzo finds Zedwolf. Actually, how the hell? The fact that Zedwolf's still in this game is wild. I'm wondering where they got those 5 elims from as well.
You know, just Zedwolf. He's just hanging out. He's vibing. Placement points have now started to kick in blank with 9 elims. IDA want to get a little bit further on, but 10 points on their first match is good no matter who you ask. But the nade will seal the deal, and it will be limited to those 10 points this game. S2G now still out in the lead, but you've got a couple of full 4 rosters still in the running. The Falcons, Footballist, and K1. And I still quite like Footballist's position, but you're right on K1, where they just have such a stronghold here on the southeast side of this circle.
Their only issue is that they are kind of on the low ground. They can't pressure a lot of other squads easily, other than let's say Falcons, but even Falcons have a lot of ridgelines to play around with here. I do think that Falcons are in a wolf spot K1 though. I like that they've got Bad Boy out on an outpost as well as Slonic. Going towards the western side, suddenly life becomes a little bit dream for 2G.
West side circle. Sarah with his toes in. Narvalo as well for Falcons, who are currently holed up on that roadside ridgeline. You can see in the picture-in-picture Ralph trying to navigate it. Footballist needing to control this, really. I think it's safe to say that that is necessary to stop the Falcons getting in, to make sure that they have a little bit of safety moving forwards. That is easier said than done. They have got more of a forward position, more into the circle with their next spot. So they do have the advantage on that front. And K1, who have to leave their compound, are likely to clash with Falcons as well.
It's been a weird circle though, right? The entirety of the game's been kind of back and forth, back and forth. This ping-ponging nature doesn't really support anyone. Especially for K1, who was playing down towards the southeast side for a long, long time. They were forced to stay inside that compound because it couldn't exactly leave to go towards open ground because it was so central, and if the circle did go towards that position, it's a free win. So K1, I think in their minds, they would much rather be out on the open ground, be set up there. Unfortunately, they were forced to play the odds, which a lot of teams are forced to do in multiple different games. Falcons, though, starting to lose players just a little bit here as Footballers hold them out on this west side. I think it was Footballers outlasting the players from Barsay, despite them holding over towards Yasnaya. They did hold over towards Yasnaya for too long. Nice smoke train.
I mean, the Falcons get across, right? That smoke train was very effective. Covers them, but they're on 3 players now. After losing 1. Which leaves only 2 teams now, with all 4 of their players alive, with Footballist and K1 still holding out. Hamzy up top does take a little bit of damage, but S2G right on the edge of the circle. I think Hamzy, he's not in this circle blank, so he does need to go a little bit further forwards, but he's on the slow side, which means it's going to take a very long time for the blue zone to envelop him. It'll move very, very slowly. However, he can't afford to waste too much time because he needs that cover to get to the next stage of his rotation and gets cut out during his move, and that is really nasty for S2G. Hamzy, I think, maybe overstayed his welcome up there. Does get flushed away. You can see that being put into the elim feed, and S2G down to 2 now.
Yeah, S2G now looking for some higher placement. Slonic should see Narvalo. Good step up. Will find the knockover towards him. Pulled the trigger early. And now Falcons in a bit of a bad position. K1 still on 4. Can start to sweep. And no response at all from the Falcons. Other than that, that's a good nade from Redox. Okay, take it back. Sorry. Apologize.
Sonic goes down, and they are going to roll out 2 towards K1, and this might be the right decision. Unfortunately, there's high ground and there's backlines to deal with. They didn't quite get the measure of it and will immediately fall on that rollout. Now, Footballist as well as K1 have 2 sides of this circle under lock and key from the low ground blank. Who's going to be able to take up this northern side, though? Because these 2 teams have 4 players, but S2G have the numbers otherwise on 2 on this northern edge.
I think there actually was a lot of time for Falcons to maybe get ahead in stage 4, stage 5. I think they left it a little bit too long. It's totally not their fault that they get sandwiched by 2 teams anyway. But I think there was a moment, maybe an opportunity to be a little bit more active towards that early game. That's something I feel like I have to call out multiple times now for Falcons, which is just that proactive nature from them. It's not there. It's not there in the early game. I'd like to see more of it because they're a good team. They have good fraggers on side, good shot callers. They just don't set themselves up for success early enough a lot of times. And that bothers me. Again, we don't know everything that's going on in that camp, so it's hard to make full calls. S2G losing another, leaving it just down to Icy. As K1 continues to sweep on the circle. Regdem Kai, you got Wild now remaining. As we know, this guy is known as the Turkish wildcard, but he too will fall.
Unfortunate there. One player for Black Esports, Aussie. Rotating around a little bit towards the circle's slower side as he crawls on in. Slonic will have that angle, right, very, very soon if he just turns around and takes a little peek back from where they came. Oh, I think that Aussie knows where Icy is as well. You can see on the minimap there that arrow is pointing directly at him. He knows exactly where Icy is, but he doesn't want to give his position away either.
Kind of just need to both say, let's calm it down. We could probably get a second or a third here. We don't have to fight one another. We can be friends.
I mean, if he doesn't know it's a solo, Aussie may be thinking that it's part of K1 that's on the deck there. He's just changed the scope to a 4x. He wants to zoom in further. He's going for the spray onto Slonic. He's stood still by a tree.
Maybe. Yeah, get yourself one pick, Kivik. Fully on broadside level 3s. Posting in the vehicle will make a move, and now the timing has slipped by. And he is rolling straight up towards him. Might have even seen him.
My goodness. Oh, Icy. Icy steps up. Oh, no, the fight is there. And now they're going to think that they've cleared this area of snakes. But how did Icy... Hang on a minute. Icy's won that and gets another as well. A third challenge as he tries to step in. Caprice nearly goes low, nearly goes down. But now Aussie could potentially pick up these flushes, could steal those points away, make it all for naught.
Yeah, I mean... Right there, Icy does so much and Aussie just does not assist, which is so annoying, and bad nade as well. Bad nade, Aussie. No. Come on.
That was only one. He doesn't connect it. Oh, dear.
If he just helped a little bit.
There it is. Oh, wait, that's Footballist. 2 players still down for K1. 1 player around the side of the tree, still bleeding out. As Footballers start to pick up these points, they're on 8 elims now, Blank, and K1 are chopped down to 2 players. Aussie has been so quiet, and to be fair, it's working for him for the time being.
It is. I mean, Icy looked a lot cooler than him, we'll say that. But yeah, for Aussie certainly staying alive here for plenty of time. And now K1's trying to place him between them and Footballist. We're looking for a much better result here on day 1 of the knockout stage. On our first match of the day. Caprice, though, continues to take a battering and a bruising as Footballers mostly have a good idea of where they're playing. They're still surprised no one's really looked out this way. This would have been such a nice off angle. Aussie, do just something. Anything.
That's one. Looks for another now, and up 4 is immediately on the swivel. That felt like it could have got a little bit fresher there, but up 4 was ready. However, that changes things. K1 now in a 2v2 rather than a full 3v2. And the nades from Easy for Bad Boy actually landing a little bit of tickle damage there. Capri's launching one over towards up 4. They are just bombarding this position away. And whilst he may not have profited, Aussie may have had an impact here. Easy for Bad Boy goes down, and up 4 has been such a linchpin for Footballist to try and take this one home. He will close it down. And a brutal impact onto the final circles. Footballist close it out with up 4 being dominant on his rock position.
Yeah, I think for K1 actually looks like a decent game. I think there's a little bit of luck thrown in there as well overall in terms of their positioning. But There is a critical mistake there made by Mr. Aussie. I actually think that, all things considered, in that situation, the choice is you take out the guy furthest away from you and then closest, right? Because it's an easier shot in the second one. Think of that position where you are so much in the open, you sort of have to take out the close player first because they're going to immediately pinpoint you. You have no cover. They're going to immediately pinpoint you off sound alone and then swivel over towards you, which is what we saw between them and up four. So I think you take down up four and then just try and go for that crack shot off in the distance, because that player in the distance is now waiting for the call back from his teammate. It's surprising. He's relying off pings, doesn't have the exact location on the prone player. So yeah, I think for Aussie, maybe there's a slightly different approach for that one that he could have gone for in that situation. But it's all so contextual; it's hard to break down. But he ruins the game of K. I think it's Icy who ruins the game of K1 at least. Who really broke things out into a big way. When we thought Aussie would strike a lot sooner, he just never did. But for Icy, almost a 1v3 versus K1. Really wonderful stuff from that player.
I would kind of argue that it was K1 who ruined the game for K1 in that instance, right? They didn't have the info. They'd held that ground for so long as well, where both Icy and Aussie ended up taking residence, right? They didn't clear it properly. Is kind of the headline there. And in the midst of it, you talked about them sweeping across the circle. They had this sort of weird maelstrom of vehicles rolling around in the middle of this hill basin that sat sort of around that plateau. They didn't properly clear behind. And I think that may be something that you could... I will advise them for. I think that could definitely be tightened up. But they still get up in second place, and they still outplayed almost all the rest.
Absolutely, with the INFINIX GT30 Pro, which has been an unbelievable boon. You can check out and read all about it below me and John right now, because it has been certainly used in a lot of clutch scenarios here in game. And nice to see, even up four with that incredible swivel. Let's take a look at the final blow from that last match there. Did come through from up four, as you were highlighting in terms of player. You know what? I tentatively agree with you, John. I think there's definitely an instance where if you're K1, it's pretty basic manners and behavior to... Crazy that Zed Wolf got this MVP. I think he must have got all of the elims then on side, and we just sort of missed it. But yeah, it is general behavior where if you've got the buggies, you've got the vehicles, you sweep across the outside edge of the blue, and they didn't do that, which is slightly criminal. But yeah, well, these things are where you learn. You learn the most. I think you learn the most in PMSLs. Small mistakes like that, it happens to you and you lose the chicken dinner, which was basically under your thumb the whole time. You don't forget. You do not forget.
No, it is very difficult to forget something like that. Most damage accolade goes to Enzo from Footballist, who did have a much bigger impact slightly earlier on in the match. And with a single nade elim, Icy is up there as well. Yeah, I think those final moments are a real good teaching moment, certainly for K1, but for anyone else watching or for any of the teams who have been digesting that information about the importance of clearing that. For Aussie's position, and I know you criticized him for staying quiet, I think he would have been a little bit louder if Icy hadn't been right next door to him, right? Because as soon as Icy had taken that fight and gone down, I wouldn't blame a team necessarily at that point for just assuming that the entire area is clear, right? Because you think, oh, well, if there was more than one player, they would have fought each other and one of them would have died. Well, no, because Aussie held his trigger and didn't actually go for that engagement with Icy. So from that point on, Aussie had a lot more cover and concealment just off what people assumed was the case already.
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of damage done that game coming through from Footballers, though. You look at this, we're talking 2,000 damage. I think we are just reaching over towards 2,000 damage there on the totals, which is a lot to be done during that game, and 11 eliminations. Very, very nice match coming through from Footballers. I think that they held very well, even down towards the South Side versus Falcons. Up four certainly having a standout performance here alongside Docker Machine, who we know is a very, very well-known player, star-studded player as well from the past. So it's good to see him back again on the bike, doing well with it.
Absolutely, getting ready to head on in and keep going on this tournament. And this is great news as well for footballists, right? This is a continuation of their day 2 from groups B and C. Finding a chicken dinner in your first match has got to feel pretty good. With the number of elims they were able to accrue as well, they've already beaten what they got in their first day against Group A teams who they were playing against just now, right? S2G were in there. You had, well, that's probably the most notable, a couple of others as well. But they definitely put their best foot forward here. So I'm happy for footballists because I was slightly worried about them given their day 1 performance, but they have just shown up here and played it very well across the board in that final match.
Yeah, it's good. There's definitely a fair few amount of teams that I was expecting to do a lot better, and they have done. Falcons look a lot nicer overall. And then again, they didn't have to deal with Papara Supermassive playing over towards Pachinki. And I think Falcons, you are praying for Papara Supermassive's downfall. Unfortunately, they can get them out here in the knockout stage. Life becomes so much easier going in towards the finals where Pachinki is once again your own. No one else is really challenging for it.
Yeah, it does seem to be still the case there, right? But Falcons fortunately not having to deal with that this time around on the hot drop. I think in those final moments, I mean, Upfort obviously managed to get that flick spray down on towards Aussie, which was really pivotal because if he goes down, that's an easy win from across the circle coming through from K1. But he was also able to pick up both of the remaining elims, and that puts Footballist at 21 points already. This is essentially our overall standings because it is, of course, the first match for the knockout stages. But K1 with 12 points and IDA up there on 10 as well. They got a huge elim count.
Yeah, IDA were playing over towards the top of Stalber, and they usually have a decent rotate towards that position quite a few times, so they get themselves a lot of points off the back of this one. This is technically going to be our overalls as well as our match ranking, because nothing's going to change. So right now, Football is at the top, closely followed by K1. Ragnar Kai not doing too badly. A surprising innings from BWNRX from a very disaster-stricken start to that game, with 5 eliminations, with Zed Wolf basically trying to carry the team on his back.
I mean, it's going to work as well, right? 5 eliminations is good for a base level game. Getting 5 points is phenomenal because remember, we're thinking about getting the top 16 out of this lobby of 20, which means that the bubble is going to be in a very similar position to what we saw from those league stages in terms of the total number of points needed to be accrued, because you're looking at how each team is going to be able to score on 12 matches. So again, we're going to be looking around that 50-point mark. So getting 5 points actually will exceed you over that threshold and keep you nice and safe. So if your worst game is 5 points, you're almost certainly going to be getting a spot in those finals.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at our top 4 gunslingers now, with Enzo at 742 and Zedwolf not too far behind. But yeah, pretty awesome stuff so far coming through for our first game of the day. I think overall rotations look pretty snappy, look fairly clean. Falcons have to deal with Papara Supermassive and K1, although they were limit testing, get very far into that match with a little bit more of a, let's say, passive playstyle, which is not something we usually see from that squad.
I mean, they had that compound right down to the southeast side. They couldn't really, until it got a little bit later into the game, flex out towards the north side. But once they did do that, it felt fairly decisive. It was just unfortunate they didn't clear fully behind them. Otherwise, that could have gone a little bit differently for them, I think, if they'd have been able to do that, if they'd have been able to keep that under control. Either way, though, you're right, they did play fairly passively on that compound. Not too many challenges. I think it was only really when the Falcons made their move that they could have been in trouble before the end of the match. But up until that point, they didn't really need to do too much. So pick up the points where you can, be happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be done a fair few times. Again, I was surprised. I think BWNRX was definitely a surpriser for me in terms of how they were able to grab themselves 5 elims on the game and make it work. So yeah, really, really nice stuff. I do look over towards your boys on K1 admirably for Boars as well, getting a lot of work off the back of the match and a nice amount of points overall.
Yeah, it's been good to see how things have kicked off here. It does seem that teams are still playing fairly quickly in a lot of instances. I think most notably, and you spoke about it quite a few times during that match, right? S2G. They had a couple of times where you're like, hang on a minute, they're there. Like you talked about them just walking over the top of Stalbert. They moved fast. Again, you talked about them moving into that position on the northwest of the circle where they started their 2-2 split that didn't go well in the end. But they did move quick and they did move effectively when they went for those positions. Not necessarily able to hold them in the case of that 2-2 split, but still a nice, astute, speedy rotation. And we saw that from a few other teams as well, I think.
Yeah, I think so. There was quite a few strong rotates that went in. I think Barsay actually had quite an interesting beginning to their game where they played down towards Yaz and held out a lot of teams. I think they could have had a bit of a stronger match if they weren't so hell-bent on holding that area of the map for that long of time. But they do go down. Again, there was several moments around the map where I was like, oh, I actually quite like the look of that. That's good. I think these are interesting plays. I mean, the Fenerbahçe sweep over towards that north side where they get crunched in between S2G and Beşiktaş is just knowing the lobby quite well and understanding. So that's really nice. But in the meantime, we'll go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 on Miramar, not Erangel.
Our first match out of the way, and we are going to be heading straight into our next as well. For the PMSL Europe, it is into the knockout stages. That means 12 matches to play. Well, 11 now, after we've already gotten one out of the way, but 11 more matches now until we'll see 4 teams going home, and we'll see our top 16 going to those finals next week. First match gave us a couple of things to think about, right? We're talking about making sure you're clearing out your backlines, making sure that what you assume to be true is in fact the case. And that was very important. Certainly a lesson to learn for K1 in that last match.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of the covering your bases is it's a weird one because I think right now in PMSL Europe there is a high bar for skill, but there's just like some small things. There's small things here on the baseline, which I know you guys at home do, which is clearing your angles, clearing your spaces, trying to think about where we are on the circle, playing the edge. Just some little things, just some little mistakes that are happening here for our teams where it's not concerning, so to speak. It's just like, oh, you've lost a really big game there off the back of like a very small minor thing, which most teams should be doing anyway. I think it's somewhat forgivable when you think about the fact that it has been quite some time now between like PMSL last year and coming into PMSL here for Europe. And a lot of the teams will be practicing in the meantime and scrimming, but we're getting back into the swing of the year. So again, it is strange for these players because they're probably used to like a 3-week or a 2-week league where you have a lot more time, where 5 days a week, a lot more time to practice, a lot more time to get back into the rhythm. But here it's just bang, bang, bang. We're cutting out 4 teams every single time. Adapt or die, essentially.
Absolutely. I mean, it is as fast as you like it. It's really important to be quick on your feet, and I think that that's where having a sort of the sort of IGL that can adapt to those situations is going to be so important. And I think that's really where a lot of these teams are going to find their money, right? Is having an IGL that can, from game to game, make these adaptations that are necessary in order to keep up with the pace of the lobby. It's in those longer form tournaments, like you were talking about, having those 3-week situations. It's not only that you have a little bit more time to maybe change any mistakes, but it's about that you can rely a little bit more on the analyst core of your team, right? Your coaching staff that can really sit down, brute force analyze these games that are happening, and then give the IGL tools. But what the case is right now is that the IGL needs to be capable, and the team as well. It's not just on the IGL. It's important to remember, can digest what has happened during that match, get maybe a little bit of input from the coaching staff in between those matches, and then deliver on those changes into the next game. And I think that is where you'll see things start to change, especially towards the finals as we move into that.
Yeah, there's going to be a huge amount of moments where it'll be important from moment to moment. Gameplay, especially in those finals, where any mistake can leave you high and dry. With our Smash rule as well, you get 2 days. 2 days of somewhat relaxation. And then you go straight into Smash ruling, where anyone can win at any time, depending on the points scored. So it does become very frightening. I think we put a lot of, I don't want to say stress on our squads, but there is a lot of pressure on them to perform all the way through up until the end. I think that if you aren't able to perform under that kind of pressure, you are going to really struggle because of it. There's never a moment where it's a case of, this is smooth sailing, we're doing well, we can chill out. Now with Smash ruling, you went from a case of we were doing very well in league stage, but now we've reset everything, reset all the points. We could be in that bottom 4. We go into finals, it's like we've reset everything again. You get towards the top side lobby. You can't relax even on day 3 if you're ahead, because someone else could take that victory off you and that 35 grand at the top of the tables. It's a hard one, man. It's a very hard one. I do feel for a lot of our squads coming into this.
Yeah, it's a little addition, a little chop and change to things, but that is something that you need to be capable of, right? If you want to be a championship caliber team, that is something that you need to have in your wheelhouse. The adaptability, the ability to remain plastic in the face of these adversities, which, yeah, not everyone will have that. Not everyone will be able to step up to the mark on that front. So we'll have to wait and see just who is capable of it. And I think that obviously at the moment, S2G is at the forefront of people's minds, but I'm sure that we'll be surprised by a few of the others out there. I think IDA is a potential to really step up here. They seem to have found something about the lobby. They have had repeatedly strong performances over the course of the league stages, and they've just broken out there with a 10-point game, 9 elims, 1 placement. In that last match, they were third place, tied with BWNRX in the league stages, and I feel like they are not really a team that we've spoken about too much in general, right? But they are definitely at the forefront of my mind now as a podium team, certainly with their potential if they're able to get 10 points on a game like that.
When you look at IDA throughout the entirety of what we've seen so far, especially in that league stage, I think they have been quietly consistent, quietly strong, and quietly impressive. I think that that's a very, very good trait to have. You don't want to be attracting too much attention from some of our top squads who are going to start reading into you and try and counter you out. I think right now IDA is just slowly plugging away at that point scoring, which is good to see from a team like IDA. Though what I will say is that for S2G, although, yeah, they didn't end the game with a unbelievable point score, they were getting towards the end of the game again, which is very worrying for a lot of our squads, because it wasn't just a very, very moment-to-moment plan going through in league stage where it happened so many times. Was it a fluke? Was it something that, they'd figured something out as they'd gone through, and that's not going to be the case going towards knockout stage? This is a continuing trend now from S2G, is remaining in that top 5 towards every single game. I think it's going to be really, really hard for teams to catch up to them in the finals. I think it's not out of the realms of possibility that S2G actually activates that smash rule going in towards finals on day 3.
I mean, it wouldn't be a big surprise for me if they're the team that sets that boundary. But we did see a lot of the time, whilst they do play for those top 5, like you say, they're not necessarily always capable of going all the way and getting that chicken dinner. They had 5 second places, right, out of their league stage performance. So they only had 1 chicken dinner throughout the entirety of that stage, despite having such a dominant scoreline. So whilst maybe they could get across that threshold for the smash rule, I'm not super confident in their ability to actually win via the smash rule. It may just be a points win on their part, and it's all going to be a question for me of how much of a points gap are they able to open if they're going for that top spot, right? Because if they have a big buffer, they can just rely on the games running out before anyone else can get over that threshold.
Yeah, potentially. Circle hard up towards that north side of the map already. We're having a fight here between Paparazzi Supermassive as well as Bra. Fortunately, stuck in a little bit of an awkward scenario. Falcons up towards El Pozzo, alongside with footballers here, Jump.
Yeah, there's 2 hot drops going on right now. Both of them are starting to pop off, and we are on board. Well, we're hopping between them, it seems, between the Falcons and footballers who have lost 1 player. Falcons winning that trade. Papara Supermassive winning theirs right now as Bra have taken another knock, but that is an overzealous crossing out in the courtyard, and Kamikaze goes down. Does get to cover behind the building. So is now resable as Bra bring their player back up and players 3. So a 3v3 unless they can res Kamikaze.
Ooh, Tron. Okay. From the top side, Swash is down for Bra with a K9. Damn, that's rude.
That is the most demoralizing sound to hear as well. You just hear that pop, and it's a really satisfying pop, by the way. One of the best sounding guns in the game. And then you see that damage indicator, and you're like, oh, I'm donezo. I'm out of here. He's crawling down. Does get that flush as well. Really nice to see. Really difficult to see coming as well.
Supermassive still having a little bit of a look in. I think for Bra, it's feeling like a matter of time. Kamikaze being down, though, is always a bit of a nasty deal for him. Meantime, Falcons do get their 1 elim, by the way. So are currently winning that fight versus Footballist.
Yeah, have managed to keep things together. It feels like Falcons and Footballist, I mean, El Pozzo's big enough to separate that, right? And I feel like Footballist may be just giving up on holding a strong position there. they do potentially have the opportunity just to rotate over towards Trailer Park and Ruins and loot that location. And with the circle as it is, that's not necessarily a terrible idea, all things considered. And the Falcons could potentially look to follow them there. They do have the option to rotate past Crater Fields and up towards Beşiktaş, but it will be interesting to see what choices they make, because actually Black Esports is starting to push up towards El Pozzo as well. But Papara Supermassive are still going, and it's Tron again with a high ground snipe down, and it is the shutdown for Kamikaze with the pump action shotgun through the window.
Very nice. Papara Supermassive do clean up that fight for themselves. They have had a lot more success than we sort of expected them to, right? I think the name Papara Supermassive, a lot of times in the past, hasn't always sparked a lot of conversation, but here they're remaining in the running. Zedwolf completely sick of the rest of his team, just leaving them.
I got 5 points on my own. I don't need you guys. I'm leaving, and I'm not coming back. I'm keeping the vehicles.
Took it all off him, including the glider as well.
Yeah, pretty tough to break, all things considered.
Circle is far off towards the north, though, John. Definitely an interesting area of the map to be playing in. We could even see this heading up towards Oasis, if we're lucky. But right now, looking more likely over towards the center region between La Cobreria as well as Torre Armada, which is just a lot of high ground with a bit of the roads peppered in.
Yeah, a lot of open terrain on the northern side in this circle. You do have San Martin and Hacienda on the south side. You've got water treatment being a feature there. The Crater Fields out on the west, I feel like, is one of the nastiest circles you can get here on Miramar, if you're not counting like East Island finishes and things like that. In general, Crater Fields can be pretty brutal to try and head over towards those fields that sit around the really high up high grounds there. Make teams quiver in their boots. Certainly is difficult to navigate, but teams are starting to make their way now to the middle of these circles. Fenerbahce have gotten up towards what's the position near K1, near water treatment here. But it looks like they can share the location. They are both very similarly coloured, actually, on the mini-map here, which means that it's difficult to distinguish between the two of them. But I guarantee you there is a difference, as small as it might be.
We have a bit more of a relaxed phase one here on Miramar, as most teams move over towards the north. A lot of positions to take on the north side of the map too. Hold on. Barsay is passing through El Pozzo. Footballers took one knock and then opted to not fight any further with Falcons, which is the smart decision. Though Falcons is taking their time with looting up El Pozzo, though they can move off towards the east, past Crater Fields, get a position in the circle that way.
See if they can head on up. Teams just getting towards the middle, and I mean S2G materialize in the middle, of course. That's what they do. They are now slap bang through the majority of the danger that sits around the border to this circle. Tracking back towards Footballist, they did end up going all the way up to that northwest side. They're rotating in completely on the northern edge of this circle, leaving Falcons in El Pozzo and seeing what they can do there. For the time being, you've got BWNRX also moving in from that western side, but teams are prioritizing being on the south right now a little bit of a south lean to this circle.
Yeah, why not? I mean, right now, you look over towards the north, it's barren land, John. You don't want to be up there. It's not a fun place to be in. The fact that footballers sequesters themselves over on that northwest side is sort of odd to me, but I can also empathize with the fact they've only got 3 players. They do want to stay out of the action. They can't really afford to hold on to those areas. But yeah, hard shift over towards Cruz de Mayo. A lot of open dead land here I would say, down towards the south side of water treatment. But for Guild, as BX Brothers, the two teams that play hand in hand, at least here on Miramar, both very pleased with how that works out.
Yeah, on this eastern side, they are really close to it now. This is a hard shift out to the eastern edge. Like you said, a lot of open ground. I'm looking up to the north side of this blank and thinking about K1's position. They have a decent spot here. That water treatment area as well, the ridgeline to the east of it. Nice and powerful, but dangerous. It's a little bit open for the time being. So maybe in a circle or two, if it stays there, it'll be better than it currently is. So it's about survival in that location. And S2G, ooh, not going to be able to make it unscathed. Icy's been knocked.
Damn me. Icy going down is a bit of a tough one. Are they able to even get him back up again is the question.
He's too isolated, it looks like. Yeah.
Isolated, yes,
Oh.
of course. Yeah, he's not in a good spot. I think after doing so much last game, likely they won't be able to have him back up again, as Fenerbahçe will have Solkade run him down, leaving S2G once again as 3. And we know S2G is quite famed and renowned so far of being able to play on with just the 2 players, or even 3 here on Miramar, and still get good success off the back of it. You're right, what you talked about earlier. This is a heavy, hard shift off towards the eastern side, which is causing a lot of issues. For Falcons, it affects them the most coming through from El Pozo, where originally they thought they had a lot of time. But immediately after they saw that circle, they have flown over in this direction.
They're moving nice and quickly. That's what you need to do. It's a fast lobby. You've got to keep pace with the rest of them. It has been a pretty nasty circle. I mean, it was a hard north shift, right? Which means that teams out towards the south had to rotate a little bit earlier than they would have liked. And now we've got this hard shift out to the eastern edge. So there's really been no downtime for teams that have been cut out by this one. They've had to be on the road for quite a while, which will reduce things like smokes, like meds into the middle and late game of this match blank. And they'll maybe suffer for it, but if you're already in the middle, I'm sure there's going to be plenty delivered to you, even if it is a little bit more thin on the ground.
Carter gets taken out there by on Marceau. So Savian once again flexing out. Fenerbahçe having some good control over this area at this point in time, which is nice to see. Very, very nice to see. Esports just peppering away. Yeah, at the moment you look down towards IDA and they are far outside the action, you know, hovering around that open area on that southeast side, but with the circle heading up towards that northwest. Now you're looking at a lot of this high ground. You're looking over towards Fenerbahçe, the more strong areas in water treatment. Looking through this ridge line that goes straight through the bottom of the map, and then that ditch, and that long valley of death that's so open, so awkward playing. It's not an easy circle to play, John.
Yeah, it's finally recuperated from that hard east shift, but at the moment, if S2G, I mean, not having Sarah up here is really annoying for them. And this is that ridge line I was talking about, right? To the east of water treatment. It is open and exposed, but can be really strong when you're fighting in a single direction on it. The difficulty is when it's in the slap bang middle, everybody around you will be able to see that spot. And Sarah did find out about it. That is not too healthy. That's flushing going on through. In the meantime, Guild with a chance to fight, and they will be able to win that one out. Beşiktaş losing a player out from the eastern side. To try and snap through on the northern edge. Setting around. Beşiktaş not quite connecting fully on the spray either, so no retribution just yet.
Yeah, Guild was definitely going to have some difficulties. S2G, though, taking some long pot shots over towards IDA. They aren't able to move over towards the elimination, though, unfortunately. And that's them down just to Kelsey and Hamzy G. Dynamic duo that we know and love. Yeah, not playing in a fun location of the map. However, that does mean that no one else is really going to crash over towards this spot unless it gets to the point in the game where this is one of the few locations remaining. So I think for them, this is more about survival than anything else going forward.
It is about survival for everyone in the knockout stages, right? It's top 16 needed to go through towards those grand finals. What you really want to be even if you would rather be further up the tables, you'll take a 16th place just to get into those finals. Guarantee yourself a shot on those qualification spots that everyone is gunning for. Guild, still playing as 4 on the northeast side. They had 1 or 2 moments at the end of their final day of gameplay, Blank, where felt like maybe they had a glimmer or 2 of hope, but still do need to put in a shift in order to impress me here. I think that, you know, their history has not been that illustrious. They have not really put up the results that maybe they were hoping for, but there's always time to change that, right? And I think that, especially in a lobby like this, with the short-form tournament, this is the place you can do it.
Shots from Caprice. Taking a look at the next circle as it does come online, and suddenly S2G's position does become a little bit more juicy in terms of wanting to pick up that one. Very central, very open area around it, so prevents teams from crashing onto you. And for S2G, they don't really have the firepower out now with just the 2 players to hold onto this succinctly. Basically, they just need to make a big fuss out of this, puff out their chest, and make themselves look a lot more intimidating than they currently are. Though Fenerbahçe just got delivered 2 loot crates, the exact same spot. I hope that's a bug.
Yeah.
If it's not, Fenerbahçe's living their life to the extreme.
See, the issue with those crates is that someone has to get to them, right? I think unless Savian has already looted them, crossing through the open ground when BWNRX sit on the high ground over water treatment can actually be a little bit of a risk. It depends how much control Fenerbahçe have over the area as to whether they'll be able to profit from them. But you imagine, you know, they've seen them coming, they'll have the time to try and navigate their way over there. Have to wait and see. Either way, pretty healthy little bolstering coming on through as teams are moving through, but no big all-out fights seem to be popping off. It's just slow bleed-out pickups coming on in. You can see, you know, Footballist losing one of their players on that rotate. And again, they're just down to 1 player, despite not really going for a full-face fight.
Carvalho in a bad spot right now. Unlikely the Falcons make it in unharmed. Again, they've had to have a big run ahead of them, John, let's be honest, to get towards this spot of the map.
You need to be getting on with. Swain with a trade 1-for-1, and actually Kisyu is there to be able to find that flush immediately, which will play well for them. But it is just Kisyu now remaining for Beşiktaş. With Swain up on the high ground, has a little bit of cover to play with. Sweeping through, though, there's the backup from K1. You can see the players behind him now on the minimap. Easy for Bad Boy moving on in. As we hop over to the west side, it's BRX Esports and Falcons clashing, and it looks like at the moment Falcons are ahead on this fight. Fenerbahçe also have sightlines over to this engagement, and it will go the way of... Oh, hang on a minute. This is the other fight. It is K1 who are going to win that engagement as we hop back over to Black.
K1's doing a good job of things. IDA also holding on quite well. As K1 gets taken down by PWNRX, a lot of damage poured over to them in that short moment, and they will fall because of it. So PWNRX come off this game with 3 elims. Still second place for K1. Not bad, not bad. Footballers next to fall soon, likely with only 1 player remaining.
Ooh,
I don't know how good. Falcons is still pushing through here.
They've got so much control on this high ground ridgeline. If Papra Supermassive push up, they could potentially backstab Falcon's position, but you can see the ridge that sits off to their east. Because of the amount of space that they control with their sightlines from the buildings, they can play pretty liberally on this open plateau. Makes it really hard for BRX Esports to land nades, to peek up and get sightlines, which is what has allowed them to put this much pressure on. And they don't have to leave this ridgeline just yet either.
No, they're just fine for the time being. For S2G, so pleased themselves they picked up this spot early on. IDA's got a strong spot here. They can hold out towards Papara Supermassive. Falcons will have to make a crash somewhere. We don't know where just yet, but likely off towards that eastern side. They cannot stay here. They're just looking to finish off BRX Esports with their main competition on this edge.
Spray down. Redox spotted. This is Papara Supermassive. That's that backstab I was worried about for them. They're not going to push them. They're not going to pressure the issue here, Blank. They just want to keep control over the Falcons. I mean, you can lock them into this compound, keep them away from anything else. And actually, that's go time for Black Esports. There's a push-up coming as well, as Zeptimus wants to make it to the longhouse. The res does come through, and Koa with a crucial pickup and a second as well. 2 spray downs, and that may have just swept the leg. Black Esports now with just Zeptimus. Try and make it work against Falcons. Goes 1-for-1, but with only 1 player remaining, that's a bad time. As we hop down to the southeast side of the circle, it's IDA facing off against Boars here. On the inside, it looks like Boars are really suffering against IDA.
I mean, IDA is looking very good this match. I mean, not a huge amount of eliminations, but in terms of the macro, they've been pretty on it this game. Holding down towards the spot, Boars knew they had to rock over towards them, so for IDA, this has been a case of a good hold from them. Nothing too much from going wrong. Tunica will res his teammate Pusher. You can hear plenty more shots going their way. BX Brothers attempting to get across the field. I think that they're not going to have a fun time with this game.
It is going to be very, very treacherous to try and cross that open ground. IDA swelling around the ground floor that Boars currently hold. They have 2 players remaining, and Emre wants to try and isolate one of those rooms. The knocks aren't quite coming through, but there's more nades being turned into the top floor there. And they have to fall back just a little bit, and they can't quite get up the staircase. Not free and clear anyway. Tunica descends and pushes straight into it. He goes for the spray, will be able to connect. Doesn't get taken down in response. Retreats up the stairs. It's Resible, but Tunica wants more. He sends it out for a second, and Blanky's been able to find it. That's a flush being pulled through as well. Does go down, but they do get the point, and that may allow Pusher to find a little bit more.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, BX Brothers getting into the mix of it, but IDA certainly taking a lot of damage off the back of all that. Down to just 2 players, and for IDA, it looks so good on the defense. And I think if you're going to go for a full-on push there, John, you do not send just half your team.
Admit. All or nothing. Darkin behind the door frame as Papara Supermassive. They've rolled up to this fight. They want part of it. 2 players down. It's now up to the 2 of them to hold, but he may not have the backup he needs on this angle. Darkin falls first and lost to spray it down. Boars with 2 still holding in their building, and it's up to Eren to keep IDA into this one. 3 fires the door frame, but he steps back in. Fancy beat the Kamikaze, and there is just a hodgepodge of players to deal with. Will not be able to weather the storm. Papara Supermassive timely on the 3rd party.
Yeah, I mean, Papara Supermassive have been waiting on the wings for such a long time now as well for something like this to happen. So for Papara Supermassive, what you've got to give credit to them here is the fact that they did wait until the opportune moment to head in. For IDA, though, I think as soon as you let a team in over towards that eastern side, and you have full commit on 4, like you said, or you back off and remain as neighbours. That's your only option. Getso is getting lit up here by Ralph. Only losing that battle on the game. I think the Falcons, all things considered, this has been a good run from them.
And they've got sightlines now onto Papara Supermassive. Remember that Papara Supermassive were the team that was holding the Falcons at bay on this high ground, right? But they descend, they go for this 3rd party, and whilst it pays out well for them here, they may have trouble with Falcons now. But with the circle as it sits, Falcons are going to have to leave their perch. So that's going to be what they're banking on. Where on earth did CEO later come from on that one? Barsay going to be happy to pick it up, and Karat do go down. Barsay, 3 elims. They should be able to res Elvis. Not done for just yet. We'll be able to sing another tune as time goes on, I'm sure. But teams now down to 7, Blank, and Football is on a sliver of HP. It's just Enzo, and he is down, so only 6 teams remain.
Barsay. Look over towards Kara. Kara gets taken out. 6 teams remaining at 23 minutes into the match now. Let's slow down a little bit, as most teams don't want to have to go out into the open, but S2G is looking for another top 5er.
Oh, has to hit the deck. S2G with a volley of fire towards Falcons, and all of a sudden, after their crash, it has not gone well for them. Has to back up off the buggy. Makes the mad dash across, actually, just at the perfect moment. But Kelsey maybe have an angle? Does someone from Fenerbahçe have an angle? No, not quite. Koa looks to find the res, but the nade from Kelsey goes up, goes high. Was it on target? Wait for it to go off. Doesn't quite tag on. So Ralph should be able to get this heal off. They will be back up to at least 2. However, I think that third may be a little bit too tall of an order to get this res.
I think for S2G, it's more a case of just sending that ordnance across. Like we said earlier, make yourself look a lot bigger than you actually are. Papara Supermassive, the 8 eliminations is pretty wild to me. More nades pouring through. And even for S2G, just sending those nades over the top side, it gives Fenerbahce a good idea of the positioning coming through from S2G.
It's all up to Koa now. Will be able to find the spray down onto Simple Domac, and that actually keeps him very safe for the time being. In this next circle, covered off with the husk of a vehicle from S2G. It's going to be difficult to take him down as a solo, though. You don't know how much he's got left in the tank. So, okay, moving down towards the rest of the team. He might be able to get an angle over towards Koa from Falcons.
The fact that Koa is able to get a couple of those knocks there does force Razy off the angle and pushing down the hill to get the res off towards his teammate. Painful stuff. And look at the circle, John.
Oh my goodness.
S2G is just living again. Like I said, it's a strong position to take early. Teams aren't likely to make that cross, and if they are, they know they're going to get absolutely ripped to pieces on the approach. And S2G, all they have to do is just throw a couple of grenades and just pretend like they're a 4-man team.
At this point, they basically are. It's pretty impressive stuff. They had a lot of circle help in their day 2 of games that we saw from them previously. So why not continue it here in the knockout stage, you know? They haven't quite got the elims, though, to back it up just yet. And as 2, that may be a little bit of a difficult stat to farm on this match. As out BWNRX go, they're going to crash into Fenerbahce. 2 teams with quite a lot to say, and it's time to go down first. Leaving only 2 players alive, and that is a chime in from the low ground. Fenerbahce are handling this roll-up really quite handily. Simple Domac slow rolling the vehicle forward. Harley tries to hold it down by the buggy, but can't quite do so. Another team falls, and BWNRX out. Papara Supermassive trying to turn away, but Kelsey doesn't quite connect on the spray. However, there's someone else waiting in the wings to do just that, and that is Nihat from Barsay, as well as the rest of them lighten up Papara Supermassive on the approach.
Papara Supermassive not able to get close enough. Good shot from Elvis as well. Long range will take down 1 from Fenerbahce. Supermassive losing Kamikaze, and final player from Falcons falls. It's to S2G. Have all the players to take them down.
I mean, that's good news for S2G. They're up to 2 elims now, so finally off the starting block. Barsay from the southeast side, trying to find those angles. That was a nutty shot from Elvis to be able to spray down Razy so quickly. You imagine maybe there's a bit of a damaged helmet on side, potentially. Papara Supermassive do get eliminated, and it's another point going to S2G. They're up into 3rd place now, although they seems like they are just going to start to expose as they push towards Barsay. But they have the circle, and Barsay do not.
S2G still working with this one. We'll have to deal with Fenerbahce as they move over. Nade gets sent over the top, pretty close by. Not quite hit though. Yeah, it's a 2v3. This is not easy. Fenerbahce with 10 elims. They heard me earlier and starting to step up the pace a bit.
In goes Solke. Hamzy really low on ammo, so dropping off a 200 odd ammo would be great news, but he's got 8 rounds in the chamber for the SK-12, trying to use the backline pressure from Barsay to be a third party around the nose of the buggy. Can't quite connect, and Kelsey looks like he's going to go down as well, so that is found from Barsay across the way. 2 players from S2G fall, 3rd place, 3 elims, a decent match, but it's all up to Fenerbahce with 11 elims already, and Barsay across the way.
S2G down, top 5 at least found, but now Fenerbahce looking to close out this game very strong. After a bit of a lackluster league stage, this would be a really good way to close out the 2nd game here of knockouts, getting themselves very, very safe towards the top of the tables almost immediately. First, they have to take this 3v4, which is not going to be easy. For Barsay, we saw them have some early success over towards league stage, but really from there onwards, they were very quiet. They weren't loud whatsoever. And here is their chance to respond in kind.
6 elims for Barsay, made up towards Solkay. That is good for some damage, but doesn't quite get the knock. Will follow it up with a second. That cook looks decent as well. A nice bouncer, but again, doesn't connect as Solkay shows him how it's done. A lesson in ordnance there, delivered back to sender as nobody falls, and they do get a knock.
Takes it to a 3v3 with nobody being that off angle. Can they even get over towards them? It's unlikely. Tomac get himself nice and tagged up. Solkay's on a side swipe. Just move straight down. Will fall because of it, but a good Molotov from him will find at least Elvis. Now puts the rest of his team in a bit of a difficult scenario with just Razy being alive. Nihat will go for the res himself. I do believe Simple Domac will come through first. Merciless will delay the res.
There's 2 players up now behind the rock. Razy did get rezzed up by Simple Domac. Around the edge, needs to try and find it, but he's low HP here. The shotgun connects. But Simple Domac stays high on his health bar. Will be able to eat a couple of rounds. And Razy has now healed up as the bleed out comes on through. Nobody is down, so 2 players are there. Nihat threaded the needle towards him. Razy with the P90 looks for the beneath the vehicle shots there as more is sent their way. It's now a 1 versus 1 as Elvis able to shimmy around the edge and find Simple Domac in the back. And the Molotov goes long. Razy healing. Who's in the middle? Who's closer to the center? It looks like Razy probably is here. Can't quite get the shots there. No nades to be found.
Just go for the res over towards Simple Domac as Elvis is forced forward. And was this maybe a mistake here? Had so much more time to just potentially go for the shots. At least he's just able to walk around the corner, get the P90 shots in, but maybe a critical mistake from Fenerbahçe at the end. Surprised he went for the res. But well done to Fenerbahçe. A massive game from them.
Absolutely brilliant stuff to be able to close that one down. It was pretty tense there. He tried to make the mad dash, but he couldn't quite snake around the edge of the rock in time to get that knock onto the rezzing player. It goes the way of Razy, and they are going to have a pretty happy time with it. So Barsay denied, but they still do pretty well. They get a huge chunk of elims on that match as well.
Yeah, a massive amount of elims for themselves, which sends them up towards that top side, which is a completely change of pace from them in that league stage where it looked pretty bad for them at the start. And I kept asking, when is Fenerbahçe going to stand up? We know they've got really good players on side, so what's going on? Again, felt weird to me that end game. Like, why are we going for the res there? You have the circle advantage, you have the hard cover advantage. You just need to watch out for when he starts running up. So yeah, great that he's able to walk around the corner and plant the P90 in the chest of him. But that could have gone really wrong. That could have gone really, really wrong.
Could have gone really, really, really wrong, I think. It could even have gone that wrong, which is saying something. Also, S2G late into that match, getting up, was it 3rd place, 3 elims, so a decent chunk of points earned in that game. And that is, again, what it's all about here in knockout stages. Sure, it's great to be able to get towards the top spots. Sure, it's great to be able to get 1st place, but just keeping up momentum and staying out of that elimination zone in the bottom 4 teams of our lobby is going to be so important, right? It's going to be so important for our teams to be able to stay out of dodge on that front, because if you don't, you're going home, right? Bottom 4 teams eliminated at the end of these 3 days.
100%. I think for those bottom 4 teams, they do look a little bit scared going forward. I think that you really don't want to be towards that bottom of the table now. Everyone still plays the same amount of games, but it feels like it's a much faster pace at which these games are going. Only 5 games a day, so you're watching less matches unfold before you. Have less time to adapt because you're constantly playing on each of these days as well. It's brutal. It's a brutal run. You know, right now we're in that obstacle course, which teams are not getting any moment for a little bit of reprieve or take a breather.
No, nothing. It is not going to be the case. Taking a look back at the league stage tables, we were talking about which teams we thought may not be able to make it through. So in terms of teams that we're looking at here today, I think it's wise to sort of mention which of these teams we're sort of paying attention to in terms of who can escape from that red zone at the bottom of the tables. We've got Rook, we've got BX Brothers, we've got Beşiktaş, we've got Black Esports. I think Guild is in there as well as a potential question mark, as well as maybe a few others, but it would require them to have a downtick in performance fairly significantly. But those 5 teams from Guild downwards from the league stages, it is up to them to prove that they do deserve to be a little bit higher up in these tables. And over these first 2 matches, I haven't really seen anything that would change my mind on that. I think Beşiktaş generally have a little bit more of a presence in these games, but for whatever reason, they are seemingly just losing fights fairly consistently.
Yeah, I think for Beşiktaş, there is this mentality right now for me where I look at them and we know all of them. We know they're strong. But despite that, there is just, I think, a lack of coordination from that team, a lack of roaming presence where when they go up another squad, you're not always confident in them to win those in those fights. It's not great, right? And I do think that is the important thing that I just said there, is that I'm not always confident about Beşiktaş. Where in the past, I think I look at that team, I'm like, actually, put together, that's not a bad squad, especially with Swain going down so frequently. It's weird to me because I know Swain's a good player.
Yeah, it is a known fact. Just how good he is in these rosters. So it does need a little bit more cohesion, seemingly. It needs a little bit more of something to try and uptick their performance, because it's good. It's been good enough to get them to the knockout stages, but to get to those finals, is it going to be what they're looking for here? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll have to wait and see in just a moment when we get to our next match, which I think is on Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it will be over on Sanhok. Let's take a look at the final moments of that again. This is Razy, who was able to win the duel with Elvis as he steps back. I mean, this res, it felt like it was very nearly done. He hears these footsteps, right? It depends when he cancels this res. So he's got 5 seconds left. 3, yeah, he has to cancel this. There's no real way he could try and change that one, but it looks like Elvis just did not expect him to peek out that way at all. He was not ready for it one bit.
Yeah, again, for me, it just took so long for him to actually try and pull himself off that res and instead just go for the shots. It was confusing to me. Again, he's running over open ground. You can peek there. Maybe he wasn't confident in himself. He wanted that second backup. But yeah, whatever. These things happen. Solskjaer is our MVP, though. I really like the Solskjaer made the run out down towards the bottom side. Actually took a big side swipe, 818 damage and 4 eliminations. Really, really critical in those games. So I was super pleased to see that coming through from Solskjaer. You look towards a lot of the things he was able to do that match, and I was very, very pleased with it, especially because he's the IGL of the team as well. So a lot of times, not only is he making these plays, he's also telling the rest of the team what to do at the same time.
Guy's a madman. He's got it all. He's got all the talent, all the skills, everything you could possibly want. As you take a look at the match stats, Simple Domac with 5 elims, but Zed Wolf again, he's always there. 850 damage on that match for BWNRX.
Yeah. I think for BWNRX having 850 damage, the highest damage from Zed Wolf, he's starting to show himself again. But it worries me. It worries me, John. I do not want to see another tournament where BWNRX have Zed Wolf being the only member of the team doing anything. We need to see more from this squad other than just Zed Wolf all the time. He cannot be consistently carrying the team. It's not sustainable. It really isn't sustainable. We know he's a strong lad. We know him. We know he flexes his muscles at events, but those muscles will tire eventually. If he constantly has to pick up the rest of his squad and drag them with him towards those internationals. We know Kakali's a good addition. We've seen him be quite strong and potent. But yeah, I do not want to see it all fall back down towards Zed Wolf again. It must be so stressful for the poor lad.
Yeah, it's not the place you want to be, right? Just it's got to feel quite annoying as well, right? You're like, oh, I'm doing so much, guys. Like, why can't we just like win a couple games, like get a load of points on board? What's going on? I'm doing so much. What are you doing? And I mean, that's when it comes down to mentality, right? In terms of keeping yourself together as a team, in terms of trusting the people to the left and to the right of you. If it goes to his head, that could be a really poisonous entrant into the team mentality, right? To feel like he's on his own and stop playing like he's on his own, it will really disconnect BWNRX, and that's kind of what we talk about when we look at them, right? They're this team that can be fantastic and really on the ball, playing together like a miracle, but in other instances, it can be Zedwolf trying to do his own thing and nobody really backing him up, or no one really going with the call, or if the call was even made in the first place, we don't really know. But either way, I'm hoping that BWNRX can keep it together, because it's a roster that I worry about. I mean, they have got that global level talent. It's just a question of keeping it together on the match day.
Exactly. So BWNRX, let's see how things play out, and we'll see if they can keep things under control. For Fenerbahçe, though, what a great game from them. Very, very pleased with it. Looks good, feels nice. Falcons as well had some good moments in that game. S2G just hold a really nice compound. Though I will say, my only concern with S2G at the moment is it feels like it's two separate teams. It's Sarah and Icy and Kelsey and Hamzy G. And I think maybe that's because that's how they're doing communication. Potentially Icy and Sarah is communicating in English. And then you have Hamzy G as well as Kelsey communicating in Turkish. So you do have these two separate teams forming, and then they come together towards the end game. That might be the way they're doing it. I'm not sure. I don't have the behind the scenes info for you. But yeah, it does worry me that like a lot of times we are just seeing it's either the Hamzy Kelsey show or the Sarah Icy show. So yeah, hopefully they can play much more team orientated, especially if they get themselves over towards those internationals.
It does seem, I think you're on the money with that assessment in terms of seeing that divide, seeing that split in the team. It is working out for them, though, in general. These 2-2 splits in the mid game have been, in general, more profitable than they have been lossful in the right scenarios. So we'll have to wait and see if they get punished for that moving forwards in these knockout stages, or looking forward to the finals, or maybe even if they can make it towards the PMWC. Here are our match rankings: 25 points from 15 eliminations on Fenerbahce, which is pretty nutty. Barsay, 13 points, and Papra Supermassive, actually, playing from that western side with their third-party strategy in this match, 12 points.
12 points total. Not bad at all from Papra Supermassive on a game where they'd sort of played it out slowly and made their way towards that end game, able to take advantage of IDA sort of giving up a strong position. Falcons with 9 points on the game. I don't think they'll be unhappy with how that panned out. And S2G, again, they're just chipping away at the leaderboards right now with 8 points total in 5th place. But it's Fenerbahce with 15 elims on that game. It was a massive match for them.
Yeah, it absolutely was. They have put a massive dent in the necessary points that they'll need for qualification to those finals as well. Because remember, we're expecting the boundary to be around that 50-point mark. So to be able to do half of that in a game is fantastic. They have got, I believe, 10 more matches to play for Fenerbahce, if I'm not mistaken. Either 10 or 11. I'm not entirely sure. But they will certainly have felt the pressure alleviate just a little bit for themselves.
Yeah, big time. I think for K1, doesn't look too bad either, with the elimination strategy still technically working, I guess, which is cool to see. With 7 elims on that game, BWNRX with 8 points. I mean, the pressure is a little bit off for them too. For Barsay, 13 points total. Is that going to last, John? Is that streak going to last?
I mean, it's something that you can never know, right? Is it something that will last? Is a pretty good question, but I think that it's probably the answer I would give you is no. But then the follow-up question is, well, how long will it last, right? Because in these short form tournaments, it doesn't have to last that long to be a massive impact on your overall points earnings potential, right? When you're playing 12 matches, if you're on a high streak, you can keep that going for 6 matches. You're already qualified. You're already moving towards the next phases of things. You can already be in a position to get up towards the top of the tables, even if you are able to keep that streak going.
Yeah, you would be. But I guess only time will tell. We do have 3 more matches coming through for today. With Sanhok coming up next. Be a nice quick match. Over towards, I believe, Erangel, and then back over towards Miramar to finish things off. So, yeah, a little bit more to go today, guys. But honestly, I think so far it's been very fun. I'm excited to see what happens on Sanhok, as it's always very chaotic map overall.
Yeah, it's always a little bit funky in those circle rotates. We'll have to see where we end up going. I don't think we've seen a Northwest Island finish. We haven't really seen a Southwest Island finish either. So it feels like it's always been on that mainland so far. We have only had 3 Sanhoks, to be fair, over the league stage, because, of course, 3 days games, 1 Sanhok a day. You only get that much. What's interesting as well is that the teams are going back to a fairly old format, actually, that we used to roll around with, which was 5 groups. Each group sits out 1 match a day, right? Which is something that we haven't actually used for a long, long time in PUBG Mobile Esports. So teams that have got the experience of that from previous years of games will maybe have an advantage in terms of being able to keep those that momentum going, keep that streak going if they're on one, or finding use in whichever game they're sitting out. It is also really important.
I have a question for you right now.
What's the question for me right now?
The question is, how long do you think we could look at this match ranking?
I think we've got a good 2 more minutes in us.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. Shall I start a timer?
You could start a timer, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll find out. We'll find out in the meantime what's going on, so we can take a look at the overall standings as we wait for that.
Let's do that. Let's wait for that. On the board here, I think Bra at the moment, definitely not where they would like to be, on 0 points. I think this is, again, another team that sits as a big question mark, right? They're in my mind, they're in the same category as potentially Fireflux in terms of what they could achieve here. They did manage to get 10th place, 73 points total in the league stage, but it always feels like they aren't really doing too much. Whenever I see them on the card, I'm not really seeing too much from them. You talked about them at the start of the tournament, I think, as a team that you're hoping can go far, but I feel like they haven't really proven themselves to be capable of it just yet.
I like the look of them. I like the look of them. I think they can do pretty well.
1 minute and 8 seconds.
Okay, you were slightly wrong.
Yeah.
You were closer to being right than you were wrong, though, so I'll give you that. Yeah, I genuinely do have enjoyed today so far, though. And a lot of the teams we expected to continue doing well have, and a lot of the kind of dark horses we spoke about continue to show their presence in these matches. I was not expecting K1 to be able to continue with their kind of ravenous approach to these games, but they have done. Similarly with IDA, I expect them to continue to be quietly decent. Have they just struggle, though? That's my only issue with them. Let's take a look at our overall standings, though. And with that last game, that shoots Fenerbahçe up towards 26 points. Footballists were not able to get a good game off that last one. There's K1 with 19 points. Once again, there's 13 elims. And S2G just chugging along in 4th there, John.
Yeah, they are on 17 points on 2 matches. That's pretty decent. I do want to highlight Papara Supermassive as well on 12 points. And if you go by averages, they are in 2nd place right now. They have only played that 1 match. Of course, until the end of the day, there'll always be a set of teams who have played 1 match fewer than the rest of them. So that is interesting for Papara Supermassive. They did a lot in that last game, really third-party inclined on that southwestern edge, playing spoiler to a lot of teams trying to make their move around the area. But yeah, for this front page, I'm not expecting any of these teams not to make it to the grand finals. It would be a bit of a departure from what I would imagine to not see any of them make it. I think I'm quite happy to see Barsay as well, keeping up pace with their day 3 from league stage, right? Because their first day, not super strong. Their second day, much, much better. So staying at around the 7 or 8 point average is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good. Papara Supermassive, though, 12 points total. Good stuff. We talked about them just shortly then. But I do think that Papara Supermassive, playing only one game, having 12 points, they really are a team that we struggle to think would do phenomenally well overall. Here's our last page with Boars, BRX Guild, as well as TTQ to be the ones to go home. Scary thing is here, John, BRX Brothers have played 2 matches. I've had 0 points both times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was going to bring up as well. If you didn't make that point, I was going to highlight that it's really not good to be starting off, because you're then, what's that, 2 out of 12, 2/6 of your 1/6 of your games have just gone down the pan, right? You're playing at a massive disadvantage, giving the rest of the lobby a big leg up. And of course, remember, BX Brothers is one of those teams that we were talking about as being in danger, along with Guild, who do take up residency there on the duck egg podium at the bottom of the tables. But yeah, to have the extra match under the belt, it's really not good. So we'll be keeping an eye out for them later on.
Yeah, we will. Make sure they don't go down too early. And it was Erangel as well as Miramar. Like, these are not inconsistent maps. We're going towards Sanhok next. So BX Brothers are still playing there, and they go out early, which is not unlikely. Like, wow, that's a quarter of your matches in the bin already?
Something
It's
like
wild.
that. Must be. It's a bad time. Bad time. With 15 matches for us to watch total, each team plays only 12 of them, and they do not have that many opportunities to earn those points. So we've got to get the next one ready for them to see if they can jump off that 0. But we have to go to a short break first. When we come back, it's Sanhok. Welcome back. It's time for Sanhok to get spun up as we head on into match number 3 today. We are going fairly quickly on in. Have you've juiced your water cup, sir? I can see you there.
Oh, I've had an eat as well. I've had like a very quick eat.
Oh, excellent. What did you have?
Pizza.
I've got a packet of stroopwafel. You know the like little wafer brie biscuit things. I won't show you, but wafer biscuit things with like caramel in them.
You should.
No. I cannot.
Why not? I'll get my pizza out.
No, I'm all right. You can keep your pizza in. That's already. Sure. You can't get your pizza out. You've already eaten it.
I'd like a small little, like, you know, itsy bitsy ones, like one of them, like this big. I had it in the fridge from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I went to Italy not too long ago, and we were staying at a place with a pizza oven. And we made little pizzas that were about that big, but they were great.
Look at this guy. Goes on holidays and stuff in different countries and pizza ovens.
I was just getting involved with the culture, you know. Don't at me.
Yeah, well done, I guess.
It's really tough. Let me tell you, to use a pizza oven properly, you have to like set the fire up.
You just put the pizza in the oven,
dude. You have to heat this thing up, and you have to like get it right. And it's like
you don't have to heat it up at all. You just put the fire on.
That's not how it works. Apparently, I found out. You have to let the whole thing heat up for like 2 hours. It's crazy.
All right, that's called waiting. That's easy.
Yeah, no, you have to monitor. You have to monitor the fire the whole time. Also,
what? You lucky fire's still on.
Nah, it's harder than that. It's harder.
You're really making this out. You were telling me it's difficult, but it's sounding like it's
it's harder than it sounds. You know, it's harder than it sounds.
Really easy.
And then also you have to make good pizza.
Easy, right? It's easy, right?
Wrong.
Also, making your own pizza is pretty easy. It's just dough, some marinara sauce, and some bloody toppings.
You're some bloody toppings. What's going on? Well, let's have a little look.
Complain so much about a fire.
Look, I had a good time. It was quite tricky. Is all I'm trying to say. It's kind of like playing in PMSL.
Anyway, some good dough.
Then you've had some pizza just then. Oh dear. Oh,
I'm hungry. Okay,
from the southwest side.
all this PUBG Mobile's making me hungry.
It is very calorific, burning as everyone is running around like headless chickens. Sometimes you hope not, but sometimes that's just how it do be. As we head on in to our only Sanhok of the day.
Yeah, I mean we usually just have the one, but this one's kind of sandwiched in the middle of it all, which is nice. Bit of a dusty sandwich, though.
A sandwich. I'd say that.
The funny thing is, it looks more like a sandwich down because you got the Miramar on either end, just like the bread. You got the two lettuces in the Erangels, and I'm trying to think what the Sanhok would be. That's kind of like a darker green.
Sandwiches. I mean,
so that could be like grilled courgette in the middle. Quite a nice sandwich, actually.
Whoa. Are you about to make a grilled courgette and lettuce sandwich?
Yeah. I may do.
All right. Okay. I see you. There. You gonna burn the courgettes on the hob? Like not but like char them on the hob? You know, get that darkening color. Get it singed. A little smoky.
Usually char them on the pan.
I mean, you could do that if you're lame. Open flame only.
This guy's seen one pizza and think he's master of the fire. This is crazy.
I am the master of the fire. That's me.
Excuse me. Into Sanhok then. Let's take a look at this one.
I'm basically Zuko.
I don't think he was master of the fire though.
He was pretty. I'm basically Iroh.
Okay. Sure. You could be Uncle Iroh.
Hell yeah.
You and your tea. But up towards that north side, as usual, dude, we get a lot of these north Sanhok circles, and it's annoying me at this point. I want to see more down towards that south side, though. I think, honestly, it's not the worst Sanhok of the world for this to happen. especially for one team. And that one team will be Falcons. Not having to start in Sami, where Rook is currently playing, where we know they struggle on these northern circles. It gives them another chance at a different Sanhok with not a northern circle, is what I'm trying to say. Which would be good. They'd be quite happy with that.
Yeah, you're right on the number of times we seem to be heading on up here. I think the only time we haven't seen it on the north side was over towards Quarry Circle, right? In those final moments there during the league stage. So teams will be familiar with it. Well, they certainly should be. Regnum Kaya making their way up from Painan fairly quickly, actually, at 3.5 minutes into the game. They'll be heading away from Painan and up to the east side of Boot Camp. Shots over towards Black Esports. Barsay on the chase. Hightailing it across the open hills here against TTQ. Thundertalk trying to get away. Striker dodging around. Can't quite make it to cover. Barsay do draw short, but they turn around as soon as they see that player knocked out.
Nobody will pick up first blood there. Of course, taking shots over towards Regnum Kaya as they pass by. That was a nice transition as well. Immediately into this fight. Regnum Kaya will lose Wild, which is never good, because Wild usually is the player that lives the longest and plays the best towards the late games here on Sanhok.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but trying to go for a rotate across a heavily occupied area of ground. That is how it's going to go. S2G in Paradise Resort, they flexed out to the northwest side of it already. They're going to be pretty happy with this position. Wouldn't be too surprised to see them potentially rotate up towards Tap Mock, maybe next circle, but maybe all the sooner. With the scrap on the east side between Footballist and Regnum Kaya, perhaps they just want to stay. A little bit of a backstop from Icy to oversee the engagement. You can see he just wants that info. And the rest of S2G probably going to stay close until they decide to fully disengage and give up on the info gathering to the east.
Kind of funny that we get, you know, a northern circle, no Falcons in, but northern circle and S2G is in. Now, is this an S2G second place? Or is this an actual chicken dinner coming through on Sanhok for once? Regnum Kaya is down.
Third place S2G, calling it now.
Okay. I like it. It feels like there's no reasoning behind that, but we'll take it.
Third place, 6 elims. Lock it in.
All right. Feels like there's no reasoning behind that either. We're just going for it. I like it.
You don't know my ways.
I don't, which is why I'm saying it feels like there's no reasoning behind it.
Yeah, that's my style. That's my style. Like, come on. Zero reason. Pure gut.
Okay. A more analytical approach, with Regnum Kaya being cut down to 3, who have been the ones to pip S2G to the post both times. Imagine S2G has a bit more control over towards this northern side. We do have some slightly different teams being thrown into the mix, with the groups all getting muddled. However, S2G's played this circle multiple times now. They should know what they're trying to do with it.
Yeah, they have got that game plan set up for them. They'll be pretty happy with it. I see regrouped over to the northwest side. I mean, they're just getting caught. I mean, the striker got spotted and sprayed down by Barsay, and Nico now down. They're trapped in Hartin with Fenerbahçe. Symphony, I mean, he's waiting to find a pick here, right? He hears these footsteps. But Fenerbahçe not going to get too big for their boots just yet. Simple Domak, though, does get close to it and should be able to spot an elbow as soon as he opens the door there. But we're going to hop over towards Farouk. No, we're back in. Simple Domak does get lit up. Simply not quite able to seal the deal. Razy does take the spray, the challenge through the window. His backline is getting challenged as well. But that is an easy pickup. And now it's just up to Kairos for Thunder Talk.
I don't know what's happening in the TTQ camp. But whatever it is, it's not good. It needs to stop right now. Whoever's mad at who needs to make up and be friends again. Because there was good opportunity for them to do well. Circle all the way towards that northwest side.
It's a jump scare.
There's a beached circle and a half. Teams immediately moving. S2G are always very fast on this circle, which is nice to see, but they'll be contending with Guild, Regnum Kaya, who are stopping short, but S2G sending directly over towards Guild's position. And they may be able to overwhelm this one spot, as you can see on screen right now.
Rook as well. They're going all the way back south. We've got Boars on screen going for the push, but the big pickup here is S2G running straight into this compound.
That's
Sarah
bad.
and Kelsey are down though. The spray around the corner, Icy holds it down, and nobody else from Guild is in the way, which means these rests can start to come through. But the rest of Guild want to try and capitalize on the chaos, but with only one player now left to try and make it work, it's not going to be easy. Pushing on in, has the nade, but immediately Icy completely freezes him out of the position. However, there is still that trade, and more players are rolling up. It's Regnum Kaya to third party. Hamzy wanting to keep S2G alive desperately in the running. He pushes out towards Jakey, but he just about elevates himself over the spray down.
Nade pulled. And sent out. Was cooking the entire time. Gets a tag. Knows he has to go for this right now. Good and first initial shot. Barsay, Merciless will find him. Now he needs to get into the building without being picked up. Will swing round, and there is a potential for a full reset here for S2G. So a good cross. Initially it was bad. 2 players going down, but a nice ability to go for the refrags on that one.
Lewis, 2 elims already around this door frame, really effective with the DBS. A nade piled on in on top of it, and BRA want to third party. Well, sorry, the backstop for BRA. They want to come back in and save the other half for themselves. Footballists are eliminated in the meantime as well. Everybody charging for the center of this circle blank. This is what happens when there's so much water involved. Marceau wants to slow the approach here, and I don't think they're going to be able to get CEO later back up to his feet. Definitely not now with that nade. Quantum, who hops out wide with the DBS, but can't quite shut it down past the SK-12. Looking for flushes, looking for points, but Kara on 2, looking to keep BRA at bay.
Sticky bomb sent in. And off he goes. Bit of damage, but won't be the full flush. Poser looking to finish here with Marceau backing him up.
They know he's upstairs. They know he's on the top floor now. They've heard those footsteps, so they can go and look for these flushes or try and hold out the angle. The next zone does push away from them, so they do need to be careful. Swash on the back balcony. Nobody really challenging for this zone anymore on this area, so he can go for a little bit more funky of play. Swash just about holding out. There's so many angles of threat to worry about, and he doesn't pick the right one to deal with at the right time. Unfortunate there, but Kara survive. 4 elims, only 2 players as we hop over to Cow. Beşiktaş taking on Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, there's plenty of action to be had, because it's not only just the water that sits up towards that north side, it's also hat in. I think most players over on this western side of the circle are banking on this being a hard shift over towards the southwest, but it's highly unlikely. And it's highly unlikely to happen with so much water already over towards that side. It's a difficult one. Very, very difficult circle to predict going forward. It's also weird to me, and I think that it sort of also makes sense. The Regnum Kaya and S2G constantly running into one another is because a lot of the playbooks that Kelsey and Hamzy G go off the back of are a lot of the playbooks that Cyrus came up with in the first place. So he was the big shot caller on S2G back in the day. So it makes sense to be that they've run into each other multiple times a match here on Sanhok, because they're all going for something similar. And like I said, the circle does head over towards that eastern side. It was unlikely to head over towards Hatin, and we confirm over towards more of the landmass.
That puts, again, that position for S2G, who did, by the way, get a full reset blank. They are on 4 players, full HP. They are now max health and in that compound very, very securely, as well as moving over with the circle to Regnum Kaya's position up on that mound that sits to the west of Cow. Tapmok is in for a decent chunk of presence there as well, and that currently goes to BWNRX, so a nice pickup for them on the position. S2G not going for that area based on that previous circle. We know S2G likes to play into Tapmok, but because of this hard northwest shift that happened in the previous circle, instead they've sent to the northern coast, so we'll see if that changes the dynamics of things.
The dynamics right now are just try and get as close to another team as possible without alerting them to your presence, right? Everyone's walking around with bells around their necks, essentially. All you're doing is just trying to creep around in the dead of the Sanhok night, not be spotted. Barsay is currently holding over towards Hatin. do have a nice lineup. Fenerbahçe struggling to get across as Rook attempts to make their way up behind them, potentially even pick up some limbs from the back of that. Cow is completely full to the brim with Paparazzi Supermassive, Beşiktaş, as well as Boars on that north side. It's not easy. It's not fun. This is a grim Sanhok in the middle of the day.
It's pretty nasty. It's crunching us up in again. But we have had a match like this previously, ending in a similar sort of area. So they'll be used to it. Kara, 2 players. We saw them extricate themselves from Paradise Resort. Playing fairly split. And in comes a breach and clear. With Rook trying to fend off against Barsay. Or he's part of Barsay. Merciless threads the needle there. Nihat has gone down in the meantime, and Rook are playing as 3. With that knock and flush coming through. The rest of Barsay want a little bit more. Bouncer on the nade, doesn't quite get it in through the door there, and 7kick stays alive. Just a little bit longer. Going back and forth, but there's another knock over towards Momodal. It's traded off. A nice pickup, 7kick, playing aggressive on this.
And right now, Barsay is doing fairly decently, but similarly, the fact that Rook's able to get across the road in the first place, do a lot of damage over towards Barsay, force rotates. Barsay's not too pleased with it, but that was an important pick. The refract, though, very necessary in the moment. I think the model, if he holds that spray, might have actually found the knock over towards nobody.
Nobody is into the building right around the corner now. 2 versus 1 as he wants to hop out, try and get there before the knock. And the res comes through. He tears through them. There was a third-party spray down coming through from across the way as well. And that assist is so huge for nobody on the hop out. He brutalizes them behind the shack. And they will go no further. Full squad elimination for Rook.
Oh, why are we jumping around the corner with no weapons out? I know they're getting shot, but like, guns out, guys, all the time. So silly. So silly. Boars are taking a bit of damage. They are the first to have to move on the blue. Let's head over towards stage 4. 30 players alive, by the way. It's a fairly barren lobby. Man, Rook did so well. It's actually some bad taste in my mouth for that fight.
It happens. I think there was a third-party spray down that really impacted that. Around the
still,
edge.
You don't put your guns away.
Fenerbahçe. Yeah, that's fair. Papara Supermassive trying to hold off against Boars on the corner of Cow. Neither team doing super well right now. Boars have taken a knock, and it's only 2 players remaining. There's also Beşiktaş, actually, with the last player standing in this settlement as well. With the DBS and a slur of HP, he's stopping these heals coming through, and that's Tron going down. An immediate flush should be just around the corner, as he will be able to pick up the point for Beşiktaş.
Nice stuff. Erangel will go down 2. Paparazzi Supermassive cleaved through on the map. It's on the northeast side. BWNRX over towards Tatmok. Very happy here. Able to play as 4. They do have a much better time, and I'm glad they're playing as 4 as well. Like I said, I did not want this all to have to come down to Zedwolf every single game.
Toshbek seems to have spotted Sarah behind the tree and is connecting these shots. The step up, the tap down. Having a little dance around the headland, and will be able to connect that onto Sarah. Just a sliver of him, it's all he needs. Doshbek takes the forward position for S2G out of the mix.
Down towards the south side, towards the paddy fields. I mean, there is a rotate that S2G can go for. They go down towards south and try and take out the players from Fenerbahçe and play on that western edge. But yeah, it does require some movement now from both Regnum Kaya and S2G. BRX Esports with an incredibly defensible position, John, which they can play for quite some time.
It really depends on if Fenerbahçe are going to be pushed out of this location, right? Their position on the north side of this ridgeline does mean that BRX Esports can't fully control it, but as soon as Fenerbahçe go down, then BRX Esports could have full control over the entirety of the circle. It's going to be really difficult to get off of that area. Fenerbahçe, it looks like they are making their move a little bit towards S2G.
BRX spotted. There's Kine behind the logs. Ali is down to Regnum Kaya, and this is the fight between S2G and Fenerbahçe that needed to come through. Icy up to the plate. Already comes to down. Another good shot on that side. That's his S2G down to just one player at the back of that.
That's Kelsey left in the backup position. Regnum Kaya likely to know he's still in there as well. Without getting those full flushes immediately from Fenerbahçe, they'll know that there's one more still for S2G. And so they'll be wary of that angle. In the meantime, Silas has flexed out and taken control of the hill on the northern edge.
Fenerbahçe still currently controlling the outside edge. A couple of players inside. Flux finding some shots over towards BRX, but it's Kelsey actually taking shots over towards Regnum Kaya. But finally they go down, but not before he actually got a whole lot of hurt towards them. BRX down to just the one player, 2 knocks on site. I don't know how they get out of this. Kind of bided their time for a little bit too long, in my opinion, John, where they should have been focusing up towards Cow a lot earlier in this match. I think if they cleared out the entirety of this eastern edge, their lives would have been so much more simple towards this end game.
I think this is where Black Esports need to start putting pressure out. They've been very, very passive here. They've heard all of this fighting on the far side of the ridgeline, and Lux should be feeding that information back. They're trying to stop teams sweeping out of the edge of Tapmok. They're maintaining those sightlines, but I think they need more pressure to the north if they want to take home a chicken dinner here, Blank, which would be huge for them, considering they're one of the teams in conversation for the lower end of the tables. They were on our bubble, remember, when it came to qualification from the league stage. They were in 20th place, the lowest ranking team to actually qualify. So picking up a chicken dinner nice and early in their run would be a huge result for Black. And they are now starting to put that pressure up to the north.
Black Esports, good spray up towards Savian, just about catches him. Another one through the smoke, surprising stuff from Racine next to fall. Toshpik lives through. Nice Regnum Kaya, surprisingly, through in towards that top 3, and BWNRX, who do live to tell the tale on that eastern side. Now, how do both these teams deal with Black Esports? Initial nade of the top, it's close towards Toshpik, doesn't do any damage, so no tag back and no information gathered. That looks a little bit better. And we'll tag on. They know roughly where he's playing now.
No information is some information in a lot of those circumstances. They drop those nades shorter, and Toshpik goes down to the overwhelming pressure. But Loxy manages to crack a shot back over towards Lord Cedric as he rolls in to give his teammate a little bit of assistance. And there's Ozzy actually suppressing the fire that will allow Loxy to get on through. So potential to res this one, but BWNRX still over in Tapmok with 3 teams remaining. Wanted to try and leave, could potentially even get that res over in Tapmok.
Lord Cedric back up on his feet. Gets the heal off too. Loxy with 5 nades. That's crazy. Septimus will finish off Kakali and all down to Zedwolf. Once again, he gets sprayed down as he attempts to make his approach. The 4v1. And unlikely that Regnum Kai get out of this.
Loxy, with just too much to do, has got a little bit of ammo in his back pocket, but goes for the shotgun from the grass, gets one, doesn't find the conversion, and there is a full volley of fire back his way. He just wanted to find whatever he could, but it is going to be Black Esports to find a chicken dinner. A decent elim count as well, nothing massive, but it is very respectable.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game from Black Esports from down on that south side. No, it's not terrible. I think that they make the right decision there, which is to come in directly from the south as opposed from up here or up there, because both of those sides, you have this problem where there's tons of teams all fighting for that area. And I think that the way Black Esports plays it out is that it's a bit more of a quiet mid-game to late game, purely because what you have in that instance is so many teams on those outside edges, like we said before, all fighting for position, all fighting for pole position, in fact, in those areas. And Black Esports doesn't have to contend with anyone. So getting in towards that final circle with all 4 players alive, all very healthy, all have utility and meds. Yeah, you're basically playing for the chicken dinner at that point. And I think because it was so messy on those outer edges, I don't think really any one team massively benefited from playing there, but they were able to take shots to other squads and pick up plenty of eliminations. I think maybe you could say that tad small amount for Regnum Kaya, but even then, they didn't get a huge amount off that game.
Yeah, I think that it was fairly spread out in terms of those big numbers coming on through across the way. We'll have to wait and see exactly who was the main profiteer of that match, with a couple of sporadic fights here and there, very dotted around on that one. So only the tables will be able to tell us what occurred because of that one. I think it was Guild as well going down with another 0-point game, something we criticised teams at the bottom for not being able to pick up any points on their first 2 matches. That will be the case for Guild as well, as BX brothers, who were not playing in that last match. Either way, it is going to start to get a little bit scary at the bottom of those tables. Again, they were the teams in conversation for those bottom spots already, but to see it sort of start to unfold, that's a whole different kind of nervousness, right? You kind of go into it and you're like, yeah, okay, we could be in contest for the bottom of these tables here. We'll have to deal with that as it comes. But then it does come, and it's a really tough time. I think mentally to be able to withstand that is a real test of fortitude.
Yeah, a very, very big test of fortitude to try and get through it all. It's not easy. Not easy. Again, these days are fast paced. I mean, we're already more than halfway through off the back of that Sanhok. We've only got 2 more games left for us today to play, with Erangel into Miramar coming up shortly next. We're just waiting to take a look at some of our graphics for today in terms of the stats that have come through, in terms of the match rankings, the overalls. But yeah, it was an interesting last game. I'm definitely curious to see how it actually panned out in terms of those match rankings. I want to see who was the big losers, who were the big winners.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting when that finally comes up. Let's take a look at the final moments here. Of course, it was just slow bleed out for everyone around them. I think a non-zero play that happened earlier than this replay that we might get on the highlights from that game was the pickup from S2G. I think it was Kelsey, right, who took the shot towards Regnum Kaya on Toshpik, I believe, and brought them down to 2. If they'd have been playing as 3, I think that fight could have actually gone very differently. They would have had a lot more strength on that position, could have actually viably contested with the high ground from Black Esports, but it didn't quite happen that way, unfortunately, because Kelsey was able to find that shutdown.
Yeah. There's plenty of like shots happening across the map all the time. For S2G, I think that they were overwhelmed on that west side. And again, it comes back to that case of playing like 2 duos instead of having that full send where I felt like they were more coordinated. Didn't really have that same impact. I think even in that initial fight, it felt slightly uncoordinated. But there was like 2 players getting sent out, 1 player or 2 players getting left behind, and it just didn't have that same kind of strength that we see in the past for them. So Fenerbahçe are easily able to pick up on those shots. So yeah, S2G is just not able to get too far into that game. Roxy with the most damage done at 622, which is nice. Optimus, we just saw him as our MVP of the match with 4 elims. But yeah, so it was a cool game. It was a nasty circle to begin with, though.
Yeah, it was that really hard shift towards the northwest side, with so much of it being water, locking a couple of teams over the way in Hatin, having a tough time of transitioning away. I mean, you talked about it as well. Thunder Talk really just missing a beat time and time again. So far, very unimpressive compared to what they did in the league stage. We hope that they can regain a little bit of strength. But here are the stats from our chicken dinner winning team. It's Black Esports, and you can see it's a fairly demure win across the board. They did just manage to make it work, slow and controlled, nothing massive, but points are points are points, and they will still see you safer and safer the more you can get.
Yeah, it was a gentle approach to the game, and I think that's fine. When you're looking at it from that south side, I think they analysed the circle well in terms of the decision they made, which was to go for something a little bit quieter, and overall that did give them the best chance of the game because they knew there are so many teams in this lobby that fly so quickly into high priority positions. All they had to do was take somewhere that had a chance at winning, but wasn't high priority. And no one went there. Black Esports gets the freest game ever. That was crazy to me. Had some cool replays this match. I think when we saw that northwest circle that flew out into the water and they kept a little bit of hard tin in, it really did send everyone like into overdrive at that point. Didn't enjoy this bit at all.
That's your least favorite play.
It was my least favorite play of the day. It did send everyone into overdrive, so there was a tremendous amount of high octane action this game on Sanhok. It was fun to see. I think it ended around about 21 minutes as well, which is very, very short Sanhok in my books.
Yeah, it felt like it concluded very, very quickly. We certainly drained a lot of the players from the lobby quite rapidly. You can see, yeah, we're at, what is this, 8 teams remaining before 19 minutes. So yeah, very, very quick. Stage 7 finishing around that point is pretty fast. To not even see that stage 8 circle really have an impact at all. Nice and nippy there for Sanhok as we head over to our match rankings, and this is what we wanted to look at, right? 6 elims for Kara, which I didn't quite expect, but it's Barsay with 8, who are kind of a standout there on the 5th place.
Yeah, Barsay getting 8 eliminations that game is wild. It's a bit wild, but this is definitely what I want to look at. Gil getting 0 again. Kind of another BX Brothers situation going on there. TTQ with 0 though, another team that I don't have the same expectations as I did for BX Bravos, but still a wild amount of points they're able to get at only 0.
Yeah, it's preferable that you get more than 0 points. I find anyway that when teams get more than 0 points, they generally tend to do better. The more times they get more than 0 points, the more points that they actually earn. It's a direct correlation.
TTQ was getting more than 0 points a lot of times in league stage and doing really well off the back of it. It's just crazy to me that they have had so many games so far with 0 to 1 points.
Yeah, that's probably something they could probably work on that, actually. That would probably be a good thing to address, I think. Getting not enough points. They should get more.
Yeah, what do you think is going on with that team then?
Well, it seems like they aren't being allowed to do... I mean, their first day, it felt like they were playing a little bit more spoilery, like trying to play against other teams rather than play their own game. And that kind of worked out well for them. They got a lot of points for doing that. But everybody else seems to have closed ranks around it and not allowed them to play like that, have been punishing them playing like that as well, with just losing players too early sometimes, especially in that last match over in Hartin, just getting caught in rotations. Here are the overall rankings. Fenerbahçe in 1st place, 33 points. Black Esports, after that chicken dinner, in 2nd place with 26.
Yeah, 26 points off the back of that one, which is really nice to see. Footballist, kind of the similar vibes to what we had from Flux first day, which is getting a bunch of your points that were on your first match and then kind of lazing around a little bit after that. But Barsay in 4th place, I was happy to see that streak continue. 8 eliminations, it's nothing to turn your nose up at. S2G, I don't think we're going to see them off this first page. I think that although they are making some weird mistakes here and there, they're good enough of a team to stay on that first page no matter what. And here's our second page with Flux down towards with 5 points total of 2 games. But it is Guild, 2 matches, TTQ, 2 matches, and BX with 2 matches, 0 points each. Which in this knockout phase, horrible place to find yourself in. Horrible place to find yourself in.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Beşiktaş and Bra, who have 7 and 6 points on 3 matches played each, which is definitely not going to be enough to keep themselves at least healthy. Well, I mean, at the moment, it's fine, right? Because you've got teams on a 0-point average, but you can't really expect that to continue. You expect at some point they will get a couple of points here and push themselves a little bit above the tide mark on the lobby. So getting a couple more would be great. We saw our bubble sit around a 4-point average at the end of league stages, and then the same number of matches are going to get played. It's about the same proportion of the lobby that's going to get eliminated. So you could maybe argue that it's going to push up closer to like 4.5, maybe even on the door of 5 in terms of those averages per match. So you definitely want to be pushing those numbers a bit higher.
Yeah, massively. Here are top 4 gunslingers as well with Zedwolf for 1800 damage. Razy not too far behind with 1300, but overall Zedwolf has been clearing ahead away at the front line for the gunslingers here in terms of damage done total. But yeah, we'll be getting over towards Erangel next and then finishing out with Miramar afterwards. But so far, very, very cool day. Some teams we sort of expected to be at the top, others that we maybe were a little bit surprised by, like Barsay, who are currently doing quite well. But yeah, it's been good.
It certainly has, and I'll tell you what else is pretty good. It's the PMWC at the Esports World Cup. You guys can see the dates underneath blank right now for that. That is over there. You can see over there on the bottom of the screen. You can see the dates for that. You can book your tickets and head over to Riyadh later on to see these teams. Well, 4 of our teams playing live because, of course, we have 4 qualification spots available because of the win that Regnum Kaya were able to get in PMGO earlier this year. That has credited the PMSL Europe region with an extra slot for PMWC. So make sure that you guys stay tuned so you can see who will be representing us over there. Meanwhile, though, let's go to a break. We'll be back with more PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. We have got 2 more games to play today, and we'll be getting underway nice and quickly as soon as possible, as we're heading into Erangel next for our final Erangel of the day.
Absolutely. Straight into things. No messing around here. Over towards our end goal. Hopefully some of our teams can get some more of those points on board. So our teams up towards that top side of the lobby can really push and climb even higher. I'd like to see footballers be able to get another good game here, as I think they started off with a nice match over on Erangel to start things off with. Hopefully that can happen again, as they falling behind in that lead a little bit because they started off quite strong and then just haven't really added on to that total all that much throughout the rest of the day. But yeah, so far, we've had some clear standouts in terms of consistency. I would say that's BWNRX, who is getting up to quite a lot of these end games right now, although Zed Wolf has been putting in an absolute shift today. S2G is similar case scenario where they are also doing well. And Fenerbahçe, although not a crazy scoreline right now, I think that they have had some decent games so far in terms of being able to get towards that end game, in terms of that macro that I've seen from them. It hasn't felt as nearly as a case of hit and miss from this team.
Well, let's take a look and see if they can hit or miss in our Erangel match that is upcoming. It is here, and with a plane path, it's already in the sky. You can see the start on that southwest side of the Sosnovka military island, all the way over to Lipovka. So difficult to get to areas like North George, like Severny. That sort of place, that sort of position is going to be pretty treacherous. You can see the early dropout towards Primorsk, and I imagine we're on board with S2G because of that.
Yeah. S2G going to be heading over that way nice and quickly. BX Brothers on this plane path head over towards Sosnovka military base nice and early. IDA going to be heading it down towards that south side of the map. I think we have Falcons and Papara Supermassive in this game, so both teams will be challenging once again for Pachinki. We'll see who comes out ahead in that area of the map, because it will determine a lot of what happens in the finals.
Certainly will. I mean, I wonder if they're going to drop short and try and go for vehicles instead, Blank. It's pretty far-flung to get to Pachinki. You have to try and maintain a lot of altitude and not touch the ground super quickly, so it could be a bit dangerous, depending on how they opt to drop around Pachinki. We'll have to wait and see just how that unfolds. IDA and BX Brothers sharing the military island for now, with IDA on a wide split. BX taking that central military base. Circle goes down to the southwest side towards Quarry. So around that area of the map, teams are going to have to find their way on out. Looking around for any other hot drops, I think Fireflux are pretty close to Regnum Karya, but it should be okay. They should be far enough away from each other to not get too fresh with it. But Pachinki touchdown. And is the fight on?
Yeah, realistically, we're looking at probably 4 teams right now in the circle, if you can count Papara Supermassive as well as Falcons here. So it's not a wild amount of teams currently inside the circle, so we'll have to see a bit of a move. Guild already losing a player again, bodes badly for that team.
Papara Supermassive losing 1, but Ralph traded off and very isolated. Redox and Navallo looking to try and cut the cross, but now both teams have lost 1. Fenerbahçe are fine. Checking in with them as we hop back towards the Falcons. And the standoff continues, so no team wanting to extricate it. And you were talking about those finals and seeing what's going on. Guild, in the meantime, have a fight with Fenerbahçe. As Jakey's holding the staircase, waiting for Fenerbahçe to step on up. A lot of damage inflicted already in an early game. That always sticks a little bit more tenaciously than it does in the later game without those meds picked up.
Guild just chilling upstairs. With Default on the sidelines, they hear the pull-up. Was an awkward area to be in. I don't think Guild really gets out of here successfully. If I'm honest, even Default realizes that he is not in the best of positions, not the best of states to help here.
Redox topping up. Painkillers down. Fenerbahçe actually take the push up the stairs and falter on it. They're lining up still, and Fenerbahçe, they need to have a little bit more momentum. Brings out a knife, turns the corner, and the backup for the rest of the team is there. Guild do get overwhelmed, but Solke is down as he slices him on the way out the door like a loaf of bread. Now spray down towards Kamikaze, who thinks better of the vault.
Such a silly play. Just to kind of swiftly move around the corner with the assassination moves. Dagger in hand. Well, it works out. Default, though. We'll find one.
Dangerous. Up action. Very dangerous in these early game scenarios. But Arizi runs him through. Runs him down. The madman with the bayonet. Stabbing left and right. This guy's on a tear. Goodness me, Guild. They do get a point, though, Blank. They get one this match.
It's still hilarious to me that Fenerbahçe effectively gets 2 elims off the back of that with the knife, with a dagger in hand. I mean, yeah, surely shows you that it can be useful. Can be useful. Not just a thrown tool to pick up eliminations after we get knocks. Bra's now here. Calling him for a bit of backup over towards Fenerbahçe. Again, you're locked over towards that top side. Fenerbahçe 37 elims. Nice stuff. I mean, 37 points total. This is a good scoreline to have for them.
Oh, tags the damage there. One more nade. And more from the sidelines besides. Looks like Quantum may be good for another. And that's the knock-off to Razy, leaving the last player Sabian standing on the door frames. Will get shut down. Nice and handily handled by Bra, as they will continue to march up the tables. And this was a team that I was worried about before. Remember, Blank, they've played 3 matches today already. This is their 4th and final match today. So starting off like this is good news. Now, back over to Pachinki, where the Falcons are still at it with Papara Supermassive.
It's a fight that's been going on for quite a while as well. Every single time. You would have thought that Papara Supermassive would be much easier to work with, but I think they've done a good job, you know, being able to defend here against a lot of teams in Pachinki.
Uh-oh.
Redox.
No.
Redox.
Redox with the rebound. Oh my days. That is not something you could afford to be doing. That is horrendous. How does that even happen? He's got to be feeling like a right muppet. That is a... That's something I would do. That's something I would do, you know? Accidentally be like, oh, I've got to be really smart. I'm going to put this nade perfectly. I've naded myself.
Yeah. Those corners are always a bit annoying, but not a mistake you can make in those engagements. And now, again... The storyline here is that unless Falcons can start to have strong approaches to Pachinki going forward, actually, Papara Supermassive kind of deserve Pachinki going into finals. I think Falcons might have to rethink the game plan.
It's not going well. It is not going well. I mean, mine goes back to when they just got immediately wiped, right? On that first time that they met each other. On the last day of league stage. Dropping in Pachinki. And it was like Falcons weren't even there. It was really well handled by Papara Supermassive. They've been practicing against MVP. Narvalo and Koa still alive. So still a chance. And it is 2 versus 3. In an urban environment, that can be winnable odds. So we'll see if they're able to do a little bit more. Try and salvage some points from this match.
What is going on?
What's just happened there?
Had like collective brain rot in Pachinki.
Must be. Pretty sure. Not in position.
Sticky bomb goes off. Yeah, it's a pretty delayed fight going on here. And another one. And another one. He's had quite a lot, actually.
Oh,
and hold this upstairs.
I don't think he's done. But they have managed to find a knock onto the Falcons. With the last player standing, they will just go for the drop down, but Narvalo holds his nerve for the time being. With that first knock, they have to back up the stairs. Has managed to tag a little bit more, but he's low HP now. Kamikaze crawling back, trying to find the final Falcon and take him down, but he has to retreat. He has to go for this heal if he wants a chance, because he did get taken very, very low there. The res coming through from Tron. Lost. You can't afford to whiff that nade. Out he goes. Narvalo out around the edge. Wants to get to the other window. Lost is on the ball. He knows exactly where this is coming from. Could be a third party rolling into Pachinki fairly soon, though, Blank, because teams are starting to notice. Teams are starting to go past.
This is wild. The fact that they've been able to live out this long. And another sticky bomb. Narvalo's probably sick of it at this point.
That's right. Third party.
And Bra starts to get into the mixture as well. As the second third party of the match for Bra, as we get over towards almost 10 minutes into the game now. Spent around this horrible fight.
Wait.
Again.
No. It was right there, though. Lost. Oh, doesn't have too much left around the corner. Needs to connect. Narvalo not going down just yet, but finally Papara Supermassive get rid of him. Now with 3 players alive, they can look to transition. The circle is already closing, though, and they have had no time to loot, Blank. They've just been picking up whatever they can find in the midst of all this madness.
Yeah, pretty much the only way that that works out is if Narval is able to pick up that initial knockover towards Lost, and then maybe he's able to eke out the res whilst Bra gets stuck in on that third party. But finally, we move away from it. It's so many points been lost for Falcons just on Erangel. I genuinely do think there needs to be a consideration now of moving off from Pachinki. Yes, it's bad from Papara Supermassive to essentially try and steal what has always been Falcons' drop spot. But these things happen. It's part of the game. It is looked down upon, but again, if you're losing to Papara Supermassive, I think if you're Falcons, you sort of deserve not to have that spot anymore.
It's a pretty cruel fate, and Bra actually going to punish Papara Supermassive, and rightly so for going for this, right? Like, Bra just have set up a perimeter around Pachinki. They've already got, I think it was 3 points off the engagement that they third-partied onto. They can get a couple more here. It's a really solid position to just hold out. You know that Papara Supermassive have been fighting since drop, and they will not have the resources to take you on. So it's a nice little pickup, and I don't hate it from Bra. I think that they can just stay out there as long as they like, really, because they've earned so much already. They've got 4 points on the match. They're looking for 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I mean, 4 elims does the trick. Still sees them in 5th place, which is magical for them. Black Esports currently being blasted to bits by Regnum Kaya.
Oh dear. The shreds, I'd say. They are having a real tough time of it. Look at the ragtag teams on the top of the tables right now, Blank. A lot of them are hurting. Fenerbahçe out already. Black down to 2. S2G lost a player. Regnum Kaya, K1, Papara Supermassive. All of these teams have lost players, which means it is a brilliant opportunity for someone to jump up into the mix of it. And I mean, if Bra can do that, phenomenal, right? That would be a great result for them to be able to jump back in.
It would be. Again, a lot of the points are kind of ragtag as well, where it's all over the place, in which case who's picking up these points and where. No one team has really benefited massively above 4 elims. I don't really understand. I don't think I'll ever understand either what that play was from 7kick.
I don't know if he understood what it was. Fairly rudderless, but either way, Regnum Kaya actually suffering here. Having a real tough time of it, and the M249 uses sheer volume of ammo to win that engagement, but there's third parties. S2G are just to the south of you and could potentially be crunched in by Fireflux, who seem to be poking their noses in, as well as, I think that's K1 from the southeast side.
Take shots over towards Kivik. Should be able to get out. He does. Slonic will bleed out in the process. Solus picking that one up. Solus has actually been doing a lot of work for Fireflux so far. But we can talk a bit more about the map currently, because most teams are over towards Quarry right now or on the eastern edge. Playing inside the farm compound over towards Cat Hill. That was one of the slowest roll downs from Matt Cap that I've ever seen, but it works out.
It's crazy, right? Like, you can just do it at that speed, I guess. He's sideswiping on the volley fire. Everybody concentrating towards the backlines, but it's just not working. Scarface trying to emulate, but instead has to ditch out behind. However, the opening has been found, and Brat is struggling now. Rolex takes a nade to the face, will fall as Quantum tries to find the shutdown onto the approaching buggy once more. Will be able to get that spray down, and Brass stay alive. They've got that last player still going. Scarface now has to get up the hill safely, but will dispatch Bra in the meantime. Fireflux getting torn apart. I think that might be from Thunder Talk from further out the way. Another third party. Everybody suffering.
This is wild. I mean, 35 players and 11 teams, and it seems more normal over towards the Sanhok. But here it just seems wild. Erangel. This is some very aggressive gameplay. Very reminiscent of NA back in the day, where it was just action, action, action. BX Brothers is their chance to not get 0 points this game. But stuck on the beach of Ferry Pier, that's not a great starting point for them.
And not in the next circle as well, right? They're right on the edge of it. They do need to go for a full push over towards IDA, one of our more performant teams. A difficult breach to make. And there is that third party. You can see just on the edge of the minimap on the top right-hand side of your screens. That is Kara poking their nose in. They will have vision on a side swipe angle if BRX Brothers look to try and push up towards that compound. So it's going to be really tricky to make anything work there.
Flux ducking their heads down, but 6 elims on the game does push them up over towards 11 points total. It's not nearly as bad as the rest of the day has been. And the elims start to slow down a little. Head into our 60th minute.
Trying to keep themselves alive. Ketch taking a lot of damage, tries to hit the deck to avoid the fire, but will go down to it. The X Brothers spotted though, and this is that sideswipe angle I was talking about. CEO later makes it out to an angle to light up BX Brothers. Can't quite get the flush, but will just slow them down and make it a lot harder for them to do anything. Has to loop back around. You can see the discipline here going back around his teammate's position so that the lines of fire still established. He is covered off and folds back in with the rest of his roster.
Okay.
The slowest roll-up in the world.
Getting themselves up to the door. And they're in. Rita backs out. Pops the nade. Emre will be the first to welcome the new visitors. And they get themselves a hovercraft and look to get away that way. This is just...
It's the slowest fight that's ever happened, I think.
It's just hovercraft dominoes right now.
Let's go. Looney lit up, though, on the sidelines as Kara backfill onto the BX Brothers push. They know that IDA are going to be on the far side, which means that there is a compressive force over towards the BX Brothers. And that's a big nade from Poser. Lands it straight onto Charlie's. The off angle for Ramios might be in effect here. The nade not quite connecting either, but that big hovercraft that they used to roll up leaves the BX Brothers without that sideswipe angle. That nade looks pretty good though, and CEO later has to take a breather.
Kara doing even more damage. BX Brothers lose another. Bishke's upstairs. Last player alongside with Ramio. This is the chance to get 1 elim. Even Rafa did better than this.
Oh. Thunder Talk got a point as well.
Stage.
Thunder got a point. Gilda got a point. It is just BX Brothers.
I think that's one of the players from Kara going down. BX Brothers pick up 1 point. We'll see.
These hovercrafts, man. That was the slowest roll-up over the ridge I've ever seen. And they just fell back off it, right? IDA were like, oh, I don't know what's going on. They were confused. And they back off. So in the end, IDA actually maintained this compound on the south side.
Yeah. Again, okay. I would like to point something out, though. The Papara Supermassive, it's like, is Falcons ever going to leave Pachinki? I don't think so. The fight takes for so long every single time that even though Papara Supermassive technically is winning it, they're also not getting a huge amount off the back of it. Because they get third-partied, or they've had like 10 minutes of no looting time. They've had to expend a lot of utility. This is why I think it's kind of a bad idea to continue to pursue. But at this point up, technically Papara Supermassive does look better than Falcons, at least on Erangel. But
IDA just rock up to K1 and say thank you very much. We'll take this segment of the circle. Kara behind them on that rotate. They're playing on the outside. Thunder Talk taking shots down their way. By the way, the brothers, still one player alive, maybe could get a point. If two teams go down, they get a placement point. How about that? That's tasty.
it is nice. But I think final player from BX Brothers is out. And that's a 0-point day.
That's really not good, I think it's safe to say.
That's basically knockout territory right there.
Yeah, you got 2 more days to play. You got 8 matches total left. But you've just wasted a third of your entire match pool today, getting no points. It's really, really bad news. Rook in combat. Right now, this western side fairly closely crunched. You've got Black Esports there, as well as S2G, who have been fairly quiet in a really important compound, though. Will be very pivotal, I'm sure, as now 8 teams remain with Black Esports falling.
S2G on the side. So with 3 players, 2 elims, still going strong. Again, one of our, I think, our most consistent team overall. Osha attempts to get up over the hilltop, is immediately seen. Yeah, not an easy push at all. An interesting circle as well, where Kara and IDA very, very safe alongside with K1, but a lot of the focal point is over towards the top side of the hill. And with TTQ controlling most of that northeast side, they actually have a good time to sweep into this one, personally.
It's a difficult ridgeline to play, though, on this east side of the compound that S2G hold. It's very shallow in terms of, like, it's not a very dramatic roll around, which means that you don't really have a lot of space for too many teams to be playing on top of it. You're looking at Fireflux, and they basically have one of the very few spots that you can play dead center. So it's Thunder Talk who have to choose where they want to go, because Kara have got a little bit of a foothold on this east side compound, IDA as well, further in their next stage of this compound, as well as S2G controlling the buildings. That makes a lot of the open ground in this circle unplayable because of the sightlines that are controlled from it.
It's definitely a weird one. Definitely a weird one. Kara, they want to move further into the circle, but with IDA constantly backing up, I think they've played it out quite nicely. When now they have a really good spot to hold from. The sightlines, like you say, are denied from the western side, so IDA can have a full one-on-one between them and Kara, but it will be the circle that forces Kara to move first. TTQ, I think for them, it's more about trying to remove Root from this western side. If they think they can do that, they'll have a very good time. Marceau attempts to push in, so this is aggressive from Kara so far, and a nice initial nade from CEO later. Walks out into the Molotov. He's lucky he doesn't burn his toes off.
Just about staying alive. CEO later is still low, though, and Rita is getting rezzed. IDA have held off the first wave of bombardment, but Kara now putting in the pace and moving on forwards. Another nade to the back lines. Doesn't connect with the pump action. 3 rounds unleashed into the 4th as well. Goes for the reload and a fade away as 2 of their players now a little bit low on HP. IDA, they've weathered this first salvo.
Ooh, nice hit marker, but Darkin able to find Marceau. Really, really nice stuff. Lewis is able to send a Molotov in, which will find one up. Darkin is safe, but CEO later next to fall, and it's looking bad now for Kara.
have managed to get a little bit of ground, but at a lot of cost. Hoser and Lewis now 2 players standing. Rez coming on through, a hop forwards, and he wants more of this fight. They want to take it by the horns, and IDA just rampaging forwards. Eren, the guy is insane. We've seen what he can do. Can he do it once more? Steps out with the backup of his team. He knows that the other players will overwhelm with this push. Will the flush come through? Will he be able to find him with the pump action through the break of the wall? Nearly finds what he's looking for, but IDA have the numbers. They will find the res here, and nobody's pushing out to meet them.
Well played, Takara. Up until that point, though, it was not an easy push, but I'm glad they took the initiative on it. But IDA is able to hold. And again, it's that great teamwork that sees them across to the other side. And they're able to make it happen. IDA, 5 elims on the game and 19 points a day. Really good stuff from them. S2G with a commanding position over towards the western edge of the map, but now they have to work over towards Rook. An initial nade does not go far enough, and now Rook knows there's a team down towards their south.
That south side is very difficult for Rook right now. A lot of a weight being borne by Sarah, and he has been picked off a few times today. Let's hope he can hold his nerve here. See what he can do. They're going to look for the rollout. 20 gearing up. The reposition there from Sarah in that hovercraft. Rook need to push around. They need to find something. A small amount of whatever they find. Fireflux stopping IDA from moving forwards. This is that position on the top of the ridgeline I was talking about. The circle goes out west. And now Fireflux have to defend against Thundertalk as well.
The swing round the vehicle, and it provides more than enough distraction to be able to pick him up. So 2 elims found here for Thundertalks this game, not to mention the placement points that start to flow on through for him. Circle moving off towards that western side does massively put S2G in a better position. That was almost a brilliant nade over towards the model, and takes another risky maneuver to get into the vehicle there.
Very dangerous. Rook still yet to find their way in, and a lot of damage being dished out to them. I think this may be where their run ends. IDA, now they've cleared out this eastern side and Thundertalk are pushed so far forwards, can actually leverage this ridgeline that's been unplayable up until now. I think this east side has gained a lot of power here for IDA. 3 players that could do some work from it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got good sides. I mean, Thundertalks have certainly felt not like themselves today. So you can see that they have 100% played this on a slow game where they've been unwilling to push over towards Rook and clear them. Instead, now locked on the outer edge of the circle. But they still have the high ground over towards IDA, but that's an initial pickup over towards Nico, the more influential players on the team. And not the way you want to start this game off.
A nice little pickup. And the ridgeline oversight towards S2G is good to keep them still, but the center of the circle goes over towards S2G again. This is going to push everybody over this ridgeline, and are going to force them further on in. Emre crawling out. So they did manage to get the res on Thundertalk. Kairos spotted. He doesn't see Emre, and that is an easy pickup. Should have been the other way around. He was crawling. He didn't have his weapon out. Had a nade instead. But in comes the sweep with the buggy. They want to keep this front bolstered. They want to make sure that this fight goes their way. They've got that opener, and they're playing as 3, a battering ram trying to push up the hill.
Nades just aren't finding anything, and IDA is just getting closer and closer and closer. TTQ starts to worry. HamCG, though, has set himself off to the side. Could get a nice nade across, but again, it's of little to no information. S2G technically have a lot of control to get themselves the chicken dinner here. Attempted to get a couple more points their way. Eren sending out some nades of his own. I think S2G, they got 3 eliminations, but I don't think they have to force this issue too much. They can just be happy with what is most likely going to be the 10 placement points they'll walk away from this game. But for IDA, really, really good stuff. It's been aggressive when it needs to be.
Yeah. That was a bit of a misstep there on the push-up. Striker has gone down, but IDA are getting taken down too. S2G may not even have to do anything. Symphony with the hop out wide keeps Thunder Talk in there, and Calci, he smells blood in the water. So do the rest of S2G. Look at them roll on out for a third party. I don't even think they got another elim on that one, Plank, but they do find the chicken dinner nonetheless.
Yeah, they didn't need to. At the end of the day, it was slim pickings for S2G that game, but they'll take the 10 points toll regardless. They had control of that game for a long, long time. Unfortunate rollout there from IDA. Again, they're a team that I think personally has a lot of potential, but they do struggle in certain scenarios. And they can improve. They can improve. But I think that's a good thing. I think the improvement for a team that's already doing quite well as like an up-and-comer, yeah, well played. Well played to IDA. They do fall to TTQ on an uphill push, though, marred by a lot of the smokes in that location, which made visibility quite difficult. But yeah, S2G was always going to win that game. As soon as we saw that circle head over towards the western side, S2G had cleared out so much space. Yeah, no one was backfilling them. It was just an easy game.
Yeah, they managed to get into such a stronghold area, and you're right, no one really had the presence to go for it. Anyone who tried was actually fighting another team already, and they had a pretty easy time of just fending that one off. So great stuff for S2G. Again, just keeping that consistency, everything going their way a little bit on the circle, it has to be said, and that seems to be a running theme. But credit to them for getting into those positions in these central circle positions. They seem to be one of the few teams that can effectively get themselves into these spots time and time again. Because at some point, you've got to stop blaming circle luck and start thinking about, well, how are they getting so central every time? They're just that effective.
They're quick. They are very quick to identify where rotational paths are open. They don't spend too long on fights. They don't spend too long figuring out what the best rotation for them is. A lot of times it's just, is this area usually free? We'll go for it. There's a team there. Let's divert. If there's a team there and it looks like we can take them, we'll go for the fight, but we're not going to spend all day here either. So I think S2G is just very good at identifying like when is it time to stop and set up camp, and when is it time to get back on the road again. I think there are a couple more teams in the lobby who are also pretty decent at doing that, but S2G currently is just the best. And I think it does bode well for them as well, because a lot of the teams inside this lobby will take a fight and then they don't know when to end it. And because of that, more and more areas on the map start to open up towards the center, because there is so many silly fights going on out on the outer edges. And for S2G, it must be an absolute laugh just seeing like all of these clear entryways to very, very potent locations.
Yeah, I mean, it's really great to be able to notice things like that as well, and to be able to just call it out. Your team, you know, they're capable of going in for it, and to have that available to you. I mean, it's interesting when you think about like what openings there are. There is also sort of a skill requirement based on what the opening means you have to do, right? Like holding a 2-2 split. If you can effectively do that, and there's an opening to do that, that's excellent. But if you aren't as confident in your ability to hold a 2-2 split, that opening just doesn't exist. So maybe we're seeing a difference in teams' confidence to go for specific types of play that some teams are sort of allowing themselves to go for, and some teams aren't, which could expand the amount of possible opportunities where those things are available, which means that they can do it more. And maybe that's why we're seeing this story of these 2-2 pairs of players on S2G. I mean, that's like seven layers of assumptions, but I feel like it might be somewhere near the money.
I unfortunately do not know what you're talking about.
Have I rambled? Have I gone off piste here? What I'm saying is there are certain plays that you can make, right? There are certain types of play in a game. So like holding a 2-2 split is an example. If you are confident as a team that you can hold a 2-2 split, you can take advantage of 2-2 split opportunities when they present themselves. Now, obviously, there are other sorts of opportunity. And so there are more openings for you to do that in a lobby where there are fewer teams who are confident to make that play. So there are more opportunities for you. But then when you get further, more teams will be confident in that play. So there'll be fewer opportunities to do that same thing.
Yes. I think I get where you're coming from.
Good team make good play. Bad team not make good play.
Yeah.
So good team
That's correct.
make more play more often because bad team no make play.
Yeah. That's generally how PUBG Mobile works.
Look, yeah. I can explain it for a fourth time, but I feel like that might be
please don't.
too far. So basically,
no, yeah, let's
Aaron,
leave that one in the
so
past.
good. S2G, so good.
Yeah. John's lost the plot.
Oh yeah.
Which is fine. But yeah, I do think that I'm not even gonna extrapolate on your point. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, it's definitely been interesting. I think for TTQ, much needed game for them over on that north side. I personally think that we're talking about confidence at least. I think they're lacking confidence quite a lot, and it's understandable considering they had so many poor games. I think if they didn't have as many poor games going forward, they would have potentially pushed out and trying to clear past Rook, and then with their 4-man advantage, they could have maybe cleared down towards S2G because S2G was on some pretty aggressive splits all through that game and was relatively ignored because of the strength of the position. But yeah, I do think that it's a weird one. It's a weird one for TTQ where I think this game, it's important to remind them that they're not a bad team. But it's also a game that's important to remind them that if they were a bit more aggressive and were feeling themselves a bit more, maybe they would have found that it's just hard when you're coming off an overall day that has just sucked for you. Like for TTQ, today has just sucked. Like they've not had some good games. They've been constantly picked out in the early game and been getting 0 points. So I can totally empathize with this slower playstyle in this game.
And they do get pretty late in, which is a great result for their point scoring. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for teams like Guild, for teams like BX Brothers, right? They also went down very, very early into the match and didn't get...
Bad team, bad.
Exactly. Bad team,
as
bad
you would
play.
say, John.
Bad team, bad play. Stop bad play, do good play. More point. Win tournament.
That's correct. That's like John's Ooga Booga translation. Amazing.
BX Brother, bad team.
Yeah, I agree, dude.
Oh, dear. I mean, they're good enough to make it here, which is far better than I am, for sure. But yeah, they have really dropped the ball here in the knockout stages. In terms of, they just have not been coordinated. I don't even know what I would say their strength is, right? I mean, it's been fairly devoid.
If we're going back to the John Caveman translation, it is just that ability to just run in a lot of times. I think that's what they do have behind them. For BX Brothers, I think at least Bishke, he also has that caveman attitude towards at least nading, which is he's able to get some seriously good nades off all game. But because he's not carrying as hard here, again, they're struggling.
Yeah, it's not ideal. We did see the match rankings there for a moment from that last match as well. But yeah, we are starting to see teams drop off in terms of their point scoring today. Every team will play all 3 days. They will just sit out 1 match from each day as we cycle through the groups playing in each of our fixtures as things go on. So don't worry, if you're a fan of a particular team, you'll always get to see them. So you can tune in every day. And we'll be heading into our final match of the day fairly soon as well. It's disappointing for a couple of these teams. I think the team that I was looking at during that was BRA, as I was talking about before the match as well, how they were not on a high enough average to keep up the pace. But if we're going to have teams who are continuously just going down with 0 or 1 point, it's not really going to matter either way. So let's see where BRA fell at the end of that on our overall rankings. As we can see, the first page here with our first 10 teams, with Fenerbahçe still atop the pile, 37 points, but hot on their heels. Who's that? It's S2G.
Yeah, they're able to get up there in a very, very big way. I'm super happy to see that one because they were chugging away the points, but 36 there now, almost tied up with Fenerbahçe. The highest placements in the lobby too. FUT down there with 23 points. Started off the day pretty good. They just haven't moved. They've been like cement since then. IDA, though, a team in 4th place with 27 points. Super pleased to see them in 4th place. Genuinely a very exciting team. Always fun to see Eren on any of these other squads. I'm just waiting to see when he gets picked up by a big team. He's a very young player, but already found a lot of success here in PUBG Mobile. Barsay slipping, as I Regnum Kaya. But I would say that our second page here from 6th down to 10th are all fairly decent teams. This is where it starts to get a bit more spicy over on the second page, where TTQ were able to get up to 13 points total. That still sits them in 15th. BRX Brothers, Guild, and now Bra, 11 points in 17th place. Oof, it's bad. It's not good.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking healthy. Boars as well, just on that bubble, and nobody's really safe on this back page. On 17 points, Kara could very easily be leapfrogged here by plenty of teams, so we'll have to wait and see. For Beşiktaş, for Guild, for BX Brothers, they do have one more chance today, but for Bra, they will sit there on 11, be guaranteed to end their day in that red zone, which is a really bad feeling. As we take a look at our head-to-head, though, we're casting our minds back towards the top of the tables, and you can see that Hamzy doing a lot of damage, but he's being out-fragged by Simple Domek.
That he is. Doing a lot of damage, but being out-fragged here. I think that just happens now and again in terms of the games that you see played. For Hamzy G, though, 1,300 damage is really nice, and it's that extra 40 minutes of survival time, which is the important thing to be looking at here, John.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so huge. Over the course of, I think, I'm not sure if one of them has had 3 games, though, or 4 games. I don't know if there's a disparity there. We'll have to double check, because that would definitely impact those numbers. If S2G have been playing in every match so far, he'll have an extra entire match, right, to have earned that survival time. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll double check on that. We are going to go to a break. We'll come back with our final match of the day. That's right. We've got 5 total matches. It will be the 5th up next. It's Miramar. Don't go anywhere. PUBG Mobile, more like PUBG Mobile, as we've got one more match for you today. Blank showing off his cat, having a great time with it. Lovely, lovely to see. He blends in completely with the background. It's just a pair of green eyes staring at you.
Yeah, no.
It's quite intimidating.
Small void in the home. But we're going from the void into the very, very sunny Miramar up next.
I like it. Hopefully, you've packed your factor 50. We don't want to get a sunburn. We are going to be heading on out there very, very shortly. I can see the players are jumping into the plane as we speak and getting ready to take to the skies. He's been a little menace in front of the camera. Is your little void? Is that the little void or the large void?
There's the medium void. I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Medium void, but not large void.
Small void, the medium void, and the huge one. Who is less of a cat and more of a dog, really.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they do be growing like that. He's a big guy.
Yeah. I think he's related to like one of the Norwegian cats, honestly.
He's related to Aslan, for sure.
Yeah.
Descendant of. Either way, we are going to be moving on from household pets and on, or members of the family, depending on how attached you are to your animals that you own. Heading into Miramar. Oh my goodness. He's being put aside. Look at that. Blank's locked in. That's how you know the match is ready. Is when Blank puts his cat down. He's like, right,
yeah,
out of here.
He don't care. He came up for some pets and now he's gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're heading over to Miramar next week. I think the game's pretty much ready to go, which is always nice to see. And we'll be heading to that game very, very soon. There are teams that definitely do need some more points here. We had 3 to the bottom of the tables with 3 matches, 0 points. I believe it's three teams, or is it just 2 teams now?
3 teams in the bottom 4 have 3 matches played.
But no, I mean with 0 points.
Oh, 2, because Guild got 1 point.
Yeah.
I think. Either way, let's head into the match. We'll find out very shortly as to exactly where everything falls. Our final match of the day, match number 5 here of the knockout stages, day 1. Miramar is the arena, and we'll see who's able to get those points they so desperately need to avoid falling in the bottom 4, which would see you eliminated and not going on to those grand finals.
Well, Pozzo, over towards the truck stop we had on our previous Miramar that happened right at the beginning of the day. We were up towards La Cobreria and around water treatment. Has flown by as the games today as we get further and further into our tournament. Barsay currently going to go for a bit of a longer drop here as they're heading out probably later. Guilds out early as our Beşiktaş. Falcons over towards El Pozzo, no challenges there. That's slightly odd drop in my opinion from Rook up towards Ruins.
They are going to be able to grab some loot, though. We'll see if the circle sends out that way. Maybe they know something we don't on this northwestern side. Beşiktaş with a split. Storm out all the way to the west of Crater Fields. The rest of them up to La Coplaria. Picardo? Maybe a bit of it. No, IDA just split wide here and leaving an outpost there. Circle heads south. We've been around Los Leones quite a few times on Miramar over the past few days. So why not have it again? Let's go. One more time.
I don't want to see another Los Leones. They are those urban finishes are really, really rough. But Chumacera could also be in play. I wouldn't mind Chumacera. I wouldn't mind Minas Valle. Even Partona. Yeah, not Los Leones again. I really don't want that.
It's for sure Los Leones again. It's 100%. It's going to be on the western staircase of Los Leones again.
Okay.
Those plateaus, finishing at a warehouse, behind some crates. And it's going to be K1 to win it, because we're on board with them.
I need someone to clip all the times John's predicted something today, and also all the times he's been wrong.
That's exactly the same set of clips. What are you talking about?
Please and thank you.
You're right. Look, you don't have to be unkind about it.
I'm not. It's fact, isn't it?
Well, that's just your opinion.
True. Which is why I'm asking for the clips.
Yeah. Well,
I can get it verified.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I think no, it can't happen. Doesn't happen.
Well,
never mind. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Start of the game here rather slow, but Thundertalks get themselves down towards Chumacera to start things off. I think it's always a nice springboard of an area of the map to play around. Gives you ample capability to head over towards Minas Valle as well as La Tierra if needs be. Also, you'd be one of the first teams heading over towards those foothills, which can be a little bit terrifying. If you're not there soon enough, you're not able to pick up some of the strongest positions on the map. Puerto Paraíso is currently occupied. I think that's by Boars, who have found good success from there before.
Teams are indeed moving fairly slowly on this drop. I'll be interested to see where teams take up residence. I think with how south this circle is, it makes it so you can't really commit to be playing, like, for instance, in the Chumacera Hills. If it was further west on this circle, you kind of would be okay with pushing all the way up towards Minas Valle, but it's too far east. And the same is true as if it was on top of Los Leones. Maybe you could commit to playing some of the hills around there, but you can't really. You're playing at a lot of dead ground between Los Leones and Chumacera into this circle. So that's maybe why teams are reluctant to move in, especially the far-flung teams. They want to wait for the competition to thin itself out, maybe, before going on in. But it's a tough rotation to make. Teams are starting to move now, though, Blank. As the first circle starts to close, as we come up to our 5th minute, teams are leaving their original drop spots.
Yeah, I mean, on this kind of circle as well, down towards the south side of the map, where it could end up urban, it could even end up towards Partona. Honestly, for most teams, it's way more a priority to be getting 4 vehicles on side, get yourself some really good loot, get some utility that's going to take you through to the end game, just in case you go urban, just in case you go over towards those foothills where it's not likely you'll get any loot anytime soon. A lot of times you will be playing inside compounds. So yeah, most teams just more prioritizing over towards the looting phase, understanding that Zone 2 is realistically when they're going to have to get a move on. If this was far down towards the south, far down towards the foothills, and we had a lot more water involved, then yeah, I could probably see a lot more teams moving early. But here, I think you can take your time.
You can chill out a little bit. IDA are joining TTQ in Chumacera. K1 are playing around Minas Valle, and Falcons were razzing it down the west coast and swing past Miramar. We'll see where they go fairly shortly. This northeast side, though, is starting to get a little bit more chock-a-block as Fireflux are the closest to the center on this location. But they've got Kara, they've got Guild, they've got Barsay, BX Brothers as well, all out to their north to eastern sweep. And we'll see if that's going to cause any problems. But they're far enough away from one another that it shouldn't perturb them too much for the time being.
K1's been having a good day so far. I think that maybe you were correct in the sense of saying that limit testing is on their minds. They weren't so much looking forward towards that $4,000 at the top, but instead just seeing how far they can take that play style in the league stage. I think here in the knockout stage, you've got to be very careful with how you do it, but this might just be one of the most free knockout stages we've seen in a long time in any kind of format, where you've got these multiple teams at the bottom who are just not making the cut right now.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and you can see teams are starting to lose players. We have had one full casualty, and plenty of other knocks as well. Flux spiking out their position to the northeast side. I imagine that, I mean, it could be to, I think it's Kara, and BW Interact just beyond that on the hill that you can see off in the distance. And Kara having to fend off against that push.
Kara. Got Marceau here. Getting out of the vehicle. Not a bad position to be in for themselves, honestly, for Kara. So far. There's on the northern side of Los Leones. It's a decent place to be if you're considering leaving at some point. I think we saw most of the time on Los Leones, most teams wanted to set themselves up on the western side of Los Leones. As you have that downhill slope you can move away from a lot of times into better cover, into better areas of the map. I think it's realistically only Barsay who's currently locked out towards that eastern edge, but even then, they started around here at the beginning. They already have outposts over towards the western side where the rest of the team can regroup.
Okay. Now, that's a hard south shift, keeps Partona in. Look at what I'm interested in what the Falcons are going to be doing. At the moment, they could challenge IDA or play around the mouth of the bridge that heads towards Partona. We'll have to wait and see where they end up taking pitch, because you can see how many teams are just moving instantly on this. They are all migrating south towards that coastline.
Yeah, everyone heading down towards the southern edge. Kaya getting into it. Papada Supermassive looking to get even further towards the top of the standing. It's Beşiktaş with 4 elims. They did lose a knock in the process. So that's decent for their score. Falcons were able to make a quick rotate down from El Pozo. I'm glad they started moving early just in case this eventuality happened. They are slightly late to the circle, but not as late as TTQ. We're currently behind them. They'll be able to set up over towards Partona Bridge in one of the 3 stories. It's always been a nice position. Very reminiscent of the days when we saw RRQ always play in that area in the grand finals.
IDA being noisy neighbours there, 2 Falcons. And taking shots out towards, I think that's Ralph in the building there. And IDA did move from the position that Darkin is currently watching, but you can see what sort of an oversight they've got, and they are expanding over this hill edge to get a pretty decent position, all things told. Falcons are playing fairly split, though, right now, Blank. They're 2 and 2. You can see one of their branches is out here where Eren is looking, but the other sits out where Darkin was looking before. So they are very, very split, with a lot of ground in between them that may be unrecoverable if one of those halves goes down. Ooh, okay.
Right. Goes down to Kairos on a nice nade over towards the top side. That's close to Eren too. Darkin's trying to send some grenades downwards, but these are awkward to toss. Symphony gets hit hard, as does Nico. So a good response from IDA, but they got to think about bringing their player back to the fold now.
Darkin with a good angle there, continues to tag away at these health bars, pops a Molotov in to slow things down. Really the Lone Ranger holding out this ridgeline, but all their attention is drawn, and K1 have stepped up to go behind and take the backstab angle onto IDA, who are falling apart at the seams. That final knock goes through, and it is Thundertalk to do a lot of work for dispatching this, but K1 seal the deal as they roll over this ridgeline.
Yeah, giving away a couple of points there. It's cool to see. TTQ lose a little bit of HP. Nothing too drastic though. Fire Flux on our screens. Falcons also taking shots over towards TTQ. That's from that western edge talked about previously. Kara has played around this same location before, and did suffer to another team in this area. Lewis doing his best to keep teams at bay.
Marceau nade finds Fireflux, but only for damage. Spray down to the backlines, though. Forces Lewis down, and they'll need to find the res. You can see Marceau immediately will be a little bit more reticent to go in for a fight now. Knows that his backline sightlines are dispatched. One resing, one down, no guns to back him up. And Marceau has to bide his time.
Falcons. Over towards the east side. TTQ said playing over towards the foothills. K1 came in, but TTQ did hold their own. We're a little bit further off towards the east now. 12 minutes into the game, so really quite still early doors for us. Not confirmed over to where this will be. BX Brothers are able to seclude themselves, so looking for another Miramar miracle.
Kara, 3 players now. All back up and fairly healthy. Fireflux content to play the opposite side here of the warehouse. A minute until the next zone shows itself, as we are over to that mainland fully. Chill for the time being. Thunder Talk, they moved in on the hillside behind Falcons, behind IDA. Seems like they've got a decent little slice of it. Beşiktaş try to move across this coastal road, and there's so many teams ready and raring to light them up. But it seems like the damage can go through fully, and Ralph now needs to hold his own. Poa, off the distance, was able to help. Narvalo under pressure from Kairos, but does manage to hit the deck in time, and all of the Falcons have survived for now. But Thunder Talk are looking to change that.
Absolutely, and Falcons go for something a little bit aggressive here. Swinging down towards the southeast. I think it's the first time in a while where we've seen Falcons go for something a bit more unorthodox. Narvalo takes a hell of a lot of damage. He is knocked and flushed by Nico. Falcons now down to just 3 players. They do get ahead of the curve on TTQ, but TTQ was very quick on their response time there. But at least Falcons now have some buildings to play around with.
Nico hidden a buggy. Look at that, a little hidey hole under the ramp. We'll be able to keep it nice and safe for the time being. Next circle goes northwest on the circle. So looking at Regnum Kaya here in a really solid spot. And Kara on this northeast side with Fireflux as that backstop to it with a decent chance. Hopefully, Guild can get a couple of points here as well from this northwestern edge.
Man, what a horrible circle as well. And tough for Falcons, who just moved down towards that southeast side to pick up some buildings, only to be forced further over towards the north into a lot of fields and a lot of kills. Right now, Kara is sitting pretty over towards the warehouses. Good shots from Falcons. Koa will find Nico. That's a big pick-off for them. Symphony and Kairos a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, they're going to have to give this one away. Nico will be going down here. Ralph launching the nade to try and make sure that happens. K1 losing another player as well. In the meantime, and that's further northwest of this, Redox moving forwards on the ridgeline. Sees Nico crawling back, picks up that flush. Another point for the Falcons. As we hop over to Regnum Kaya, this is the slap-bang central position, right? They have control over this roadside ridge. They've got a decent amount of building cover here as well as terrain to try and play around. It's going to be difficult to take this as a challenge.
Regnum Kaya, super central, by the way. Open though, very open in this area. K1 does go down in the midst of all that. So limit testing comes to an end on the day.
Yeah, they managed to end on 23 points though, so not the end of the world on 4 matches. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Looking at just shy of 6 points average.
And that should be enough. We were talking again earlier about where we expect this bubble to be. It's likely going to be around 50, but could push up or down, depending on the exact dynamics of this lobby. We'll have to wait and see just where it's going to fall. On 12 matches, that's what you're sort of looking at. So getting up to a 6 or 7 point average should be enough to see you safe. Ooh, Lewis just missed the headshot there onto Merciless, who takes another peek. Bit bold of him, but you'll go for it. You'll take those.
That you will. Kara still on that north side at the moment. They do have some outpush though, so I do like that Kara has been proactive with their positioning, making sure that they have eyes on over towards the rest of the lobby. But this is an interesting place for them out to play around, right? You have a lot of this high ground plateau as you move down towards much more of this sloping approach where teams are going to have to be like gladiators battling their way upwards towards that top side to fend off versus the likes of Regnum Kaya, the likes of Fenerbahçe. You got FUT down towards the southeast, currently brawling Beşiktaş, as well as Boars coming in from Barsay.
So take a look at the circle. Heads out to the eastern side. Falcons making a swift rotate here, but they may have left Reeboks in a bit of a sticky situation. Will be picked up and flushed away most likely. Ralph and Koa in the meantime heading very, very central, very, very fast. They are 1-1 split now in the middle of the circle. We'll see if they're able to hold it and if that was worth it.
WNRX, name that we hadn't really spoken too much today. Despite that, they are currently in 5th place with 25 points. Brilliant at the bottom of the game. It's been fairly nice. Miramar is definitely part of their wheelhouse, honestly. They do very well on long-range angles, and in open areas like this, they will succeed. It is a difficult approach now for them, though, on that western side.
Taking a look at the breakdowns right now, and currently as it stands, the group that's not playing has first, second, and third place, right, in this lobby. Granted with an extra match, but still, that is pretty crazy. They also have 17th, so, you know, swings and roundabouts, but having the top 3 in a single group is pretty ominous.
Yeah. I mean, there was always going to be one group of death, wasn't there? Storm trying to live his life out and to not make as much noise as any kind of Storm in this situation. Must be as quiet as a mouse on a nice calm summer day out here in the fields, because so much as squeaks down there. 2 teams in FUT as well as Boars are going to pounce on him.
Natural predators in this habitat will bare their fangs and descend at any sign of weakness. Guild, 3 players, northwest side in the next circle, going to be okay for the time being, but with 3 players, gotta imagine their longevity not super strong. Pusher has spotted the last player now. Beşiktaş, though, they're not done. Storm may be able to actually get that flush for them and see how far they can go. Tulika actually stolen away there. And that is... Wait, that's a second knock going over towards Boars on this roll around. They did take a second knock there, and now Boars only have 2 players alive, Blank.
Powers. Some quick pickups towards them. Storm now spotted. Tries to back it off, and he has made the noise, and the players and teams are starting to bear down upon him. That's time from BWNRX and Regnum Kaya taking some shots towards them. Struggling on the outside area of the map.
Storm did manage to pick up another one, but there's that nade in response. So Boars take a knock, playing as 2 with a knocked player as well. But Storm finally goes down, and that is the end of the run today for Beşiktaş. They will end on 12 points, which is not good enough. So another team confirmed to end in that red zone so far today. That will be Beşiktaş on 12.
The Explorers looking to take this one further than ever before, down towards the southeast of the map. You can see right there with FUT as well as Boars pushing up from the southeast side on towards them. They have edged their way out to the very corner of their compound the time being to look down towards that south side. And they desperately need to. Guild with 1 point, the BX Brothers with 0. A similar story to what we saw on the last game of Miramar for the league stage. Both these teams having to go on that miracle run towards the end to get in towards that top 20. Now, once again, in a fearful position. Charles does drop a nasty little nade over towards them, though.
Yeah, we'll be able to slow their roll, certainly, on the approach. Footballers actually taking damage from the side swipe also. Guild also feeling punishment here. Down to 2 players on Guild. That is not nice. As BX Brothers look to even the scoreline, they do have a point finally. They are off that mark, and they can be away to the races. Let's see how far they can go in this match.
Hopefully further than just the 1. That's not going to cut it a lot of times. Boars Gaming taking shots over towards Popular Supermassive. Only in 10th place at 22 points. And we tally up the 2 Erangels of the day. Getting 2 points off Falcons the first time. Another 4 points off them the second time. It makes up a quarter of their point scoring on Falcons alone on Erangel. Kind of amusing. Foot moves up and it's just Yekta versus Boars. Pulls out the nade and it's bad timing.
Upfall not in a position to go for a return spray, but Havlik does fall down in the end. A nade could be devastating here. Balls are pretty low up in their engagement close range. Lobs one in, doesn't connect with it. Not quite finding the knock onto Tulika there. Coles moving forwards. HP healing up nice and quickly. Tulika looking to get that first aid off, does so. The cook on the nade, and there goes the dynamite over the top, and it takes him low again. Tulika, the main man for the challenge now, but the heal needs to come through. He catches it, he takes the bullet for Tulika, and that will seal the deal. Football is eliminated. In the meantime, BWNRX and Papa Supermassive taking the fight. BWNRX are being pulled apart here. Lost is the last to stand in their way, but he will give them a good go.
Good push right now from Lost if he can keep this up, but it's Ed Wolf to come through like the hero on the team that he is. Once again, pushing BWNRX into a better position on the match. Wagner goes down, leaving it just Jakey on side for Guild. BX Brothers have also sat in this position for so long. I think a lot of teams understand their location. BX Brothers will find another point that's stolen away over towards Boars. Boar was able to do a good amount of damage over towards them. And that's 6 nades on Bishke as well, which is a terrifying number coming through from that particular player. Jakey has to move at some point, though. These nades are should finish him off.
I would imagine so. Not finding a point on this match just yet. And only 1 on the day would be a pretty grim way to finish your tail. BX Brothers, they found a 2nd point, so they are technically ahead, although not by much.
So 9 teams remaining, and we're already in stage 7. So we are far into the match with quite a few teams still up here and giving it. Fireflux Matcap does have eyes on over towards Jakey. The blue force him out of position. We're heading over towards the roadside. Again, this is a part of the circle where there is plenty of areas to play as a solo or a duo. So it would encourage more and more teams going into stage 7. If you go out now, you still would earn no points on the placement. And that's exactly what happens to Guild. And they will leave the game with just the 1 point in hand after today, which does not bode well going into the finals.
Definitely not. That is a bad time. They've got 2 more days to turn things around, so we'll have to wait and see. BWNRX take a shot from Boars. BX Brothers trying to get involved as well. Charles actually getting knocked in the meantime should be resable, you'd think. Regnum Kaya with their clash on the northern side of the road in the meantime against Fireflux just across the road. But they're not going to press the issue. Kara have been here for a while as well, so Fireflux and Kara have been neighbors for quite some time so far in this circle.
Red Wolf makes the run, and Bishke will find it. 3 points for the BX Brothers. Falcons have made it far into this game, though, John. That's definitely one of the more surprising teams I'm looking at, with 6 elims as well. It's not terrible. Not terrible whatsoever. Matt Cap. It's Esports, Magnum Kaya flying up, blasts the vehicle out of position, but he's out of position himself. Will find the first, he wraps round the corner. Matcap finds it, 0 damage taken. The bullet's deflecting off his skin.
Really bold push out there from Matcap to actually go for the flush, but will make it work. Solus behind him is down and will need a res. Matcap retreating. Trading boldness for sensibility and will fold back with the rest of the roster. Fireflux want to stay as 4. You can see why as well. Look at what awaits them on the other side of the road. They need everything at their disposal, and Lewis steps up to challenge Ragnar Kaya as they try and put pressure onto Fireflux's forward position. Lewis will not have the angle as a sideline swipe comes through from Ketch. He is absolutely on a tear. And in the meantime, Ragnar Kaya are pushing through. One of them has fallen. Toshpik, the last to stand now in this position for them, has Loxy down at his side, and nobody's chiming in. This is the 4th team now to enter this fight.
It's all popping off. We're almost into stage 9 now, where things get truly frightening. And a lot of teams all trying to have impact here towards the end. Marco will find another, and Kara, although quiet, have been consistent on this top side of the plateau. Around the corner towards Matcap, who's on an absolute tear this game. Looking incredibly good, incredibly accurate. Will find good damage on the first, but the backstab will come through from Magnum Kaya just in time.
And Kara now have to defend off against Ragnar Kaya. Playing as 2, though, they are a little bit diminished in their strength. The nade over sees Marso isolated and alone for Kara. Playing this door frame, wants to try and suppress it. Toshpik moving forwards, has an SK-12 of his own, steps out wide. Marso with the first challenge. Doesn't quite connect on either side, and he's got backup. Toshpik and Wild playing off one another in these final moments, but it goes to Marso. He finds the backline first and finds the second as well. Kara go one step further.
Marso mustering the strength to go on for Kara right now. The Crows really are pecking at the rest of the squads inside of this lobby. Barsay moves up with the 4 players on the western side of Los Leones, where they had so much control beforehand, and it's just 2 solos remaining. Barsay would need to cleave through to end this game with first place and chicken dinner to set themselves handedly towards the top of the tables.
I know exactly where Marso is. He's peeking over. He's had that fight already. Ralph may be able to pick off a player on the flank and try and get an extra point. Marso goes down first, though, and now it is just Ralph. Only 1 player left standing. But the the SK-12 does manage to collect another point for his troubles. Second place, 7 elims. Falcons are happy. Nobody pushing in. Has to go into this firing line, but it's not going to matter. I thought Ralph might be able to have that one too, but no, he was denied. It is a chicken dinner for Barsay.
I mean, a terrible approach from Barsay, let's be honest, where we're just throwing one after one after one. I think if that was Narvalo there instead of Ralph, maybe that's the 1v4 potential right there. I'm not even joking with you. Maybe the 1v4 potential. But for Barsay, they'll be pleased, get themselves the chicken dinner off of that game.
Absolutely. A great result for Barsay there. Also, BX Brothers getting all the way up and late into that match. They had a good time. I don't think they got too many elims, but still, points are points. And when you're competing for the red zone, they are so much more important. There's such a big swing on 1 point at the bottom of the tables compared to the top of the tables, especially when you consider the stakes here of getting into the top 16. A really cool closing to that match. A lot of really hectic engagements as well on the northern side.
Yeah, massively so. Again, it was one of those circles where it was very difficult to predict who's going to win off the back of that one. There was so many areas where players could resign. The X-Brothers at least get them some points overall, which is good for their run. It's good for their potentials going forward. Guild go out with 0 placement points despite getting that far into the game, with Jakey hustled down behind the hay bales. And just like a needle in a haystack, they are not finding any more points today, which is very, very unfortunate for them. We'll see what they can do tomorrow, but right now there is a worrisome trio at the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, there are quite a few things that they will need to address moving forwards, and it's not going to be pleasant for them. I think that it's a really tricky sort of mental game to play at this point for teams like that are in that sort of situation, and I'm hoping that they can just kind of reset on tomorrow. But that's what we're talking about in these shorter sprint format tournaments. It can be really galling to have a day like this. So I hope that they can step up. But if stats are anything to go by, it's not looking good.
It is not looking good whatsoever. But we do have the final blow coming up fairly shortly of how this all went down. But overall, good day. good day of PUBG Mobile. Some consistency coming through from teams that we expected, some more wildcard teams coming out there, but also some very unfortunate scorelines as the day has gone on. That is our last match, all done and dusted. We've cleaned up for the day. Now we just need to go around and polish off the sides before we head home for the night. The match rankings are still on the way, as are the overall standings, so stick around if you're interested in that. But overall, been some good teams. I'm glad to see S2G still coming off the back of this one, looking very consistent, which bodes very, very well for them going into the finals, I would say. And at least looking forward, slightly less forward to the future, just the knockout stage itself. This is very, very promising for them to get through, and maybe even another $4,000 on the line for them.
Hey, you never know. Just make sure that you can keep collecting that pocket money. Look after the thousands, and the hundreds of thousands will look after themselves. There you go. That's how it works, right? For PUBG Mobile. Hey, $4,000's $4,000. You know, that's $1,000 each. Although I suppose you have to split with the coaching staff and the organization, and not sure. Either way,
you get some sweeties. You can have some.
Yeah, you can go to the cinema and watch a film.
Continue to get paid to be on the team. That's the best part.
That's the benefit you get. That's right.
Yeah, you're still on the roster, still on the squad, especially in PUBG Mobile, where we know that players are in and out all the time on these teams. And this is our final blow. It wasn't super climactic for the end of the day.
Oh. He was waiting there for ages. He did go 1v1, mano a mano with Ralph on the shotgun.
He did.
And then this is the questionable play, right? Is nobody not allowing his team to push closer before he steps out like that?
Yeah.
That was pretty bold and questionable. MVP on that match, though, goes to Boars with 5 elims and 1,050 damage.
Yeah, good stuff from Tulika. We know this guy's an absolute firecracker in the game. And he certainly delivered there with 1,050 damage. It does look a little bit like damage was 1, but no. It's damage was 1,050 that game with 5 elims and 24 minutes 23 on the survival time. So I got quite far into that match for Boars. They were playing in a pretty difficult location of the map too.
Yeah, they did manage to survive fairly long in that game, 24.5 minutes or so. Or well, Tulika did anyway. And do a lot of work from the position. Let's take a look at the match stats as a whole. Obviously, most damage going to Tulika. Zedwolf, though, he's still there for BWNRX on 5 elims. But it is seemingly the BWNRX that we knew, where Zedwolf just pops off and not much else happens.
Yeah. I mean, I guess BWNRX are pretty happy with that. Honestly, I don't think they're too unhappy with the fact that Zedwolf keeps playing really well today, and they'll be patting him on the back afterwards. But yeah, there does need to be an overall stand-up from the rest of the squad as well. Can't just be your boy Zedwolf doing very well.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit more. Nihat with the nade, and the rest of them going to be looking pretty happy with themselves. Here are the winner chicken dinner stats. And it is a fairly quiet chicken dinner again. It seems to be a running theme today that we have a team that pops off elimination-wise and does really heavy fragging work across the majority of the circle. And then the chicken dinner just goes to whoever was playing it safe. So 6 elims found for Barsay Esports means 16 points on this match.
Yeah, it's a good game. A good game from them for Barsay. But Nihat once again doing a lot of damage. 3 elims.
All very round numbers.
Yeah. Well, other than the 411.
No, for Nihat, I mean. He's got all the.
Oh, yeah, he does.
All
yeah,
the
400.
Yeah.
Classic. Big classic.
Very cool.
Were those? Oh, the highlights are gone. We had a small amount of highlights, and the highlights.
That was great. That was a real highlight for me. That bit.
For the production team, there was like a second of highlights. Oh, never mind. There was more. There was more.
Oh, we get more. We get more than that.
It was a good game. Fun to watch. To finish off the day.
As we can see, these shutdowns through the door frame. I mean, that was that major chaos fight over on the northern side, right, that's unfolding here. And I think Matcap was a real standout in that final fight. He was on the swivel doing so much work and in the end succumbed to the pressure, but actually put in a massive shift for Fireflux.
I think Matcap's been doing fairly damn well, like, throughout the entirety of the taunt, honestly, on Fireflux, and Fireflux should be very glad to have him, to be quite frank with you. I think he's a fantastic player. Here's our match rankings. 16 points for Barsay, 13 points for Falcons, 11 points for Regnum Kaya, and 10 points for Kara. Regnum Kaya, Kara. Saying that after one another is a bit awkward.
Yeah, that could get dangerous, you know? That's you don't want to get tongue-tied around that one.
Absolutely not.
Kaya following one another on those tables there. I'm sure we'll get the overalls fairly soon as well, once everything gets locked in to close the day. With every team now having played 4 matches, it will be a dead level heat over the course of it. And yeah, bang, bang, bang. Teams are going for it. Blank's losing his marbles. He has no marbles left. They're not in the bag.
I'm playing the drums of the overall rankings.
That makes so much more sense.
That's the sound of the overall rankings coming to us shortly.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Well, there we go. And he beats the drums, and so they shall appear, with Barsay actually being at the top after that chicken dinner for 39 points, overtaking Fenerbahçe and S2G.
Yeah, look at that. Crazy stuff. 39 points for Barsay. I mean, I think they had 2 pretty big games for themselves. Fenerbahçe, the 37, S2G, fairly consistent with 36. Let's see if there's any really standout performances. I mean, for me, it's FUT, right? One good game, and then dead.
That's that. Donezo.
Yeah.
You're done.
You're done.
They did manage to get enough points though. I like this is the sort of performance that we'll see you to at the next stage of the tournament, right? Like it's not great, but I mean, yeah.
The 23, that's all they get.
Yeah, I mean, you do that again 2 times and you've got 60, 72.
69.
No, 69 points. And that's nice, right? Like that's what you want.
Yeah. Right then, let's look at this nasty little second page where we have the 4 teams that will get eliminated. It's a nasty page because it's going to send some people home, sadly. You know, we don't like the pages that send people home. We like to keep as many people as we can. But yeah, Guild is we may have already started to consider booking the tickets for Guild to go home if they don't change things up by tomorrow. Again, I don't personally dislike the team. I think Default has a lot of potential on side. I think they look a lot better getting through to knockout stage. And again, this is a pretty brutal lobby. Like there is some very good teams here who you would probably more often than not see over an international stage. But yeah, Beşiktaş as well. I don't think they can keep playing like this. I think for Beşiktaş, it's probably the one that I'm most disappointed with in this bottom 4. It's just because I know all these players. I know all of them are not bad at the game.
Not Bra though? You're not as disappointed in Bra?
No, I'm not.
I guess because of the name. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, the daily MVP to probably nobody's surprise here is Zedwolf with 15 elims over the 4 matches and 2.3 thousand damage. He's been able to survive for almost an hour and a half today and has played very well. The standout player definitely for BWNRX and the major reason why they're on the first page of tables.
Yeah, he's mega blasting. Mega blasting. 2.3k in one day is disgusting and evil work. He does that 2.2 times. He's already ahead of Aaron from the league stage in terms of the amount of damage that was the highest overall in the league. So yeah, actually incredible from Zedwolf today. I think he's the only, well, not the only reason, but a massive reason why they're still on that first page today. And I think, you know, maybe if everyone else gets some potatoes in their dinner tonight, they need to pass across 1 roast potato to Zedwolf here. Okay. Everyone needs to do it.
As a tribute. Yeah, not for him to eat, just for him to have.
It's as tribute. As tribute. those potatoes, and or whatever cuisine that Zed Wolf likes to eat.
Yeah, I wonder. Well,
Because
chicken
I'm
dinners,
English and
but
I
they're not really getting
default
any
to
of them.
potatoes.
That's actually true. I would also argue that that's actually based, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not trying to steal Irish culture either. Trust me, we just also eat a lot of potatoes. We like potatoes too.
Yeah, not touching that one. We are going to be closing down the day here, though, with the matches we've seen today. I think it is sort of very notably disastrous at the bottom of the tables to only get 1 point on 4 matches. It's really not what needs to happen. And Guild are clinging on by their fingernails to the train right now. It's a bad time. They've had multiple insects flying into their eyes as they go. You know, they didn't book a seat, so they have had to just stand on the roof. It's not fun.
It sounds horrible. It sounds like a horrible
Yeah,
way
they're
to
having a
qualify.
horrible time. Did you not been watching them? Jeez.
Yeah. So they need to sort that out. They 100% need to sort that out. But yeah, thank you so much, guys, for watching today. We really appreciate you. We're here all tomorrow again, doing 5 more days. 5 more games of wonderful action. I think 5 more games.
We also do have 5 more days.
Yeah, total. I was not wrong in what I was saying. I was
just writing a different way,
misguiding you in how it would break down, because it's 2 more days, and then we wait a little bit. It's not just be 1 day break. We're going to give you a bit more time to kind of get back into the mindset of PUBG Mobile, right? You know, really reset before that finals. And then when we get to the finals, that's going to be big. Oh, it's going to be big. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see
mega
that.
huge.
Yeah,
it's going to be Mondo massive. That's what's going to happen.
That's
what I heard anyway.
And when we're there, I'm going to bring cookies.
Are you?
And I'm going to bring like some fizz that we can all partake in. It will be a lot. I know that there's quite a few people watching. We might need to take turns in drinking from the tiny little lid, but yeah.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Yeah. That sounds like a great plan. I'm there. We'll see you guys there as well. We are going to close down the day now as we have finished day 1 of knockout stages. 4 teams need to go home. 2 days stand between them and elimination. Who will it be? You have to tune in tomorrow to find out.
Goodbye.